Good evening to everyone joining us for this training. I see participants from Colombia, from Iraq, I think Ghana, Mozambique. We're glad to have you here today. So this is the regional training on our foundation course, which is focused on site decommissioning and remediation. So this will be a 3-day online training. And it will be delivered in collaboration with the government of Norway's All for Development program, as well as IOGP, the International Association for Oil and Gas Producers. So before we begin, I'd just like to do a round of introductions so we just know who is here with us. So we'll just say we'll start with the training team. So we'll start with our colleagues from IOGP. Just tell us your name, the country you're calling in from, so that the participants can know. Then after the training team, we can go to the participants. Thank you. Ping, do you want to go first, or Harvey?
Okay, I will start. My name is Harvey Johnston. I'm calling in from Perth in Australia, and I work for IOGP, where I'm the Environment Director. And in the Environment Directorate, we oversee the Environment Committee, the Decommissioning Committee, and the Mid-Ocean Committee.
Thank you, Harvey. Ping?
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and I'm calling in from Portugal. So, bom dia to our Mozambique colleague. My name is Ping. As I mentioned, I work for IOGP as the Decommissioning Manager. Prior to joining IOGP, I was with Shell for 15 years, and my background is in project management and mainly decommissioning projects and also new development projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ping. Our colleagues from Norway, Angret, do you want to go?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Anne-Grete Kolstad, and I'm with the Norwegian Environment Agency. Happy to see you, and I'm very happy that I have met some of you in person before. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. We also have a colleague on the training team from REMPEC. Ezio, do you want to go introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Ki. My name is Ezio Amato, and I am a scientific researcher for the Italian institution that works for the Ministry of Environment. And in this event, I am acting as an Italian delegate in REMPEC, that is the regional organization for the protection of the sea from oil pollution. That is REMPEC. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ezio. Now we'll switch over to our UNEP colleagues. Matt, would you want to introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here on another training course with UNEP. I'm a marine scientist. I work as a UNEP consultant on issues to do with the marine and terrestrial environment related to oil and gas. Pleasure to be on this course.
Thank you very much, Matt. We also have two other colleagues in UNEP, Devashri. Dev, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who's joined us today. I am Devashri. I work with Chi in the Geneva office of UNEP Crisis Management Branch. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Dev. Kariman, would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I suppose it's good afternoon and good morning. My name is Kariman Khalil. I'm working with the intern with the UNEP. I'm happy to be here with you guys.
Thank you very much, Kariman. I just realized I forgot to introduce myself. So my name is Chidema Ziki-Kora, and I work with UNEP on project implementation of the UNEP OFD project. So we are all happy to meet you guys. And if you don't mind introducing yourself, you can turn on your video and tell us your name, your country, and what institution you're calling from. So this is for the participants. Mr. Walid, I see Mr. Walid. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Chi. How are you?
I'm fine.
Thank you. I'm Walid Ali Hussein from Iraq, Ministry of Environment, Technical Directorate, Chemical Management and Contaminated Site Assessment Department. I work in Oil Pollution Division and a specialist in treatment methods for contaminated sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walid. Any other colleagues from Iraq? Mr. Hussam, I see you. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, Chi. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Greetings to everyone. I am Hussam Abdul Muttalib Hashim. I am environmental engineer. I'm working at the Ministry of Environment, Technical Directorate in the Oil Pollution Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussam. Mr. Adele, would you like to introduce yourself, please? We don't hear you. I think your microphone is missing. Okay, do we have any other colleagues from Iraq? No? If not, we can hear introductions from colleagues from Colombia. I think it's really early in the morning and we're very happy and appreciative that you could join the training today. So Mr. Carlos, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chief. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Carlos Piñera. I'm from Colombia. I'm a lawyer. I specialize in environmental law. I'm currently working with the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Colombia in the Hydrocarbons Directorate. And currently in Colombia, it's about 7:30 a.m. So it's perfect to start the day. It's very nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlos. Do we have other colleagues from Colombia? I think I see. Who do I see? Any colleagues from Colombia? I really, Mr. Oscar Suarez, would you like to introduce yourself? Any other colleagues from Colombia like to introduce themselves so we could just know who's online? Okay. So I see Jenan Abdul Hussein. Would you like to introduce yourself? I think this is from Iraq. Okay. So we can move over to colleagues from Ghana. Colleagues from Ghana to introduce themselves.
Yeah, hello, I'm Nana from Ghana.
Hi, Nana.
And I work with the Environmental Protection Agency in Ghana. Okay. Nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for joining. Any colleagues else from Ghana? Colleagues from Mozambique? Mr. Ernesto? Yeah, I'm not sure. Any colleagues, if you're from Iraq, Colombia, Mozambique, or Ghana, and you haven't introduced yourself, please feel free to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Hi, Maze.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
I'm Mace Abbas from Iraq, Ministry of Health and Environment, working in Oil Pollution Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Maze. Thank you for introducing yourself. Any other colleagues before we go on? If not, don't be shy. Otherwise, you can always write. You can always, who's speaking? Here.
Ernesto Romero de Bogotá, Colombia, del Ministerio de Ambiente.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all. And just for everyone to know, this training is being recorded, and there's also simultaneous interpretation. So if you look on your screen, you can see like a world icon, and then you can choose what languages you want to listen to. So if you're comfortable in Spanish or Arabic or Portuguese or English, you can just choose the language, and then you can hear the translation while everyone is speaking. So without much further ado, I'll just do a bit of introduction to the course, what we're trying to expect from the training, and what to look forward to in the training. Not sure. Yes. So just a brief overview of the partnership that we have. So UNEP has a partnership with the government of Norway's Oil for Development program, and the objectives of this partnership is to strengthen institutional capacities of governments in OFD countries to improve their environmental management in the oil and gas sector. Another objective of this partnership is to reduce environmental risks, including oil spills associated with petroleum development. We also hope to increase accessibility and dissemination of trainings on environmental management in the oil and gas sector. And this is specifically for countries in the OFD program. Our main services are direct technical assistance, in-country institutional capacity needs assessments, national and regional level trainings, as well as building a community of practice and global outreach. So, for example, we have delivered technical assistance to the government of Norway as well as the government of Iraq. For Myanmar, for the government of Myanmar. For Myanmar, we have supported them in the development of their EIA approval certificates for offshore oil and gas exploration. In terms of institutional capacity needs assessments, we have provided this service to the government of Iraq, government of Mozambique, and the government of Uganda. So this, we helped in helping them to provide a structured process and methodology to reach like a roadmap for their long-term capacity development on environmental management in the oil and gas sector. And this included interviews, questionnaires, and discussions with government representatives. So we have developed different training programs under this partnership. We have developed under 10 thematic topics, and one of which decommissioning is. And this is the first training that we're delivering on decommissioning. So we're excited for this training. So we've delivered different regional trainings, of which most of the countries present have been involved in. The most recent one was this year in May 2021, which was on oil spill, shoreline assessment, and cleanup. So we've delivered different trainings on air emission and climate change. We've also delivered on emergency preparedness in the oil and gas sector, and on national oil spill contingency planning. So since 2017 to 2021, since this project has begun, we've developed 10 thematic training courses, which I just highlighted. We've delivered 22 national trainings and 10 multi-country trainings, and have trained over 800 plus women and men, which we have targeted the national and local government officials, as well as civil society, academia, and national EIA practitioners. The fourth service we try to provide is making sure that these industry best practices are accessible to everyone. So we do this through our newsletter that our monthly newsletter that we send out to our mailing list every month, and which includes upcoming events, publications, online trainings that are relevant to oil and gas sector. So we also developed a global community of practice online on LinkedIn, and we have almost 3,000 connections, and we we encourage you to join if you haven't joined. If you have a LinkedIn, you can look for us under Global Network on Environment and Oil and Gas. So under this network, we deliver a webinar series comprising of 3 different webinar topics. So this year, our webinar focused on enabling oil and gas producing countries to transition towards a low carbon future. So we had different topics on climate change, energy policies and strategies. We had unavailable technologies featuring CCS, as well as decommissioning, which we've also asked you to watch the video before you start the training, so you have a good knowledge on this. So what are we looking at today? So the objective for this training is which you must have seen in the program, is to ensure that you develop basic knowledge on and understand the role of decommissioning in oil and gas value chain. We hope that you become familiar with challenges, opportunities, and appreciate the differences between offshore and onshore decommissioning in selected countries. So throughout, we'll be using different case studies from countries from different regions to help you understand the risk as well as cost and technology challenges related to offshore and onshore decommissioning. So we'll focus different topics on offshore decommissioning and onshore decommissioning, since we know that the countries present, some have oil field and assets onshore and some have offshore. So we'll be covering all this. We'll also look at environmental, regulatory, and legal frameworks and institutions that are associated with decommissioning. So we'll be delivering this training through various means. We'll have online presentations. After each presentation, we'll have a Q&A. We'll allow you to have discussions, to raise topics or questions that you might have regarding the presentation. We'll also use country case studies. We'll be using some videos, some discussions, and we'll have a group work exercise, which we would explain further on how it's going to be done. And finally, we'll have knowledge assessments to test your knowledge throughout the training. So this is an overview of the days. So for day 1, which is today, we'll start off with module 1, which will introduce decommissioning. We'll also look at module 2, which will discuss the processes in decommissioning as well as regulations. And we'll look at module 3 and 4, which will focus on the scope of work for onshore facilities and offshore facilities. At the end of the day, we'll have team reflections where country teams will reflect on the presentations that they have received in the day. For day 2, we'll have a recap where 1 or 2 country teams will highlight different key messages of what they had learned previously. And then we'll also look at module 5, which focuses on environmental and social considerations during decommissioning. Here we'll have focused on 2 case studies from the industry. And we'll also look at module 6, which looks at assessment, site cleanup, and reporting. For tomorrow, we'll have a group work on environmental consideration for a decommissioning plan. And for this, we'll ask that you pay attention attentively and see throughout all the presentations, because everything will be needed while you do the group work. At the end of the day, we'll look at team reflections. For day 3, we'll have a recap of day 2 and look at module 7, which looks at the environmental, regulatory, and legal frameworks and institutions associated with decommissioning. Finally, we'll do action planning for all the countries and wrap up with the final knowledge assessments, evaluations. And so before we started the training, one of the prerequisites was to do a training needs assessment, and we had 15 people do this out of 27 participants that we expect. And we asked if any of you had attended any training related to environmental management in the oil and gas sector, and we noticed that majority of you had not. We also asked you to complete a knowledge assessment, which comprised of 23 technical questions. And 15 out of 27 participants completed this, and the average score was 54%. So we also try to know your level of expertise, and we see that we have a lot of people who have knowledge of waste management in the oil and gas sector. We have people who have knowledge about environmental issues associated with oil and gas production. We also have people with knowledge on environmental, regulatory, and legal issues associated with decommissioning. We also put up topics to ask what you expect to learn and what you would prefer to learn. And we see that majority of you were interested in learning all the topics which we had put out on the training needs assessments. So just a few housekeeping rules. We ask that if you are not speaking, that you mute your mic or your microphone. You can also put off your video if to help you retain your bandwidth and minimize the use of your data. We hope that you speak to everyone respectfully, even though you disagree, or if you agree, we ask that you pay attention and get the best out of the training. Question and answer sessions will be at the end of every presentation. So in case you have a question, you can use the chat box to put in questions that you might have that you don't want to forget at the end of the presentation. And we will also allow you to unmute yourself to ask the questions while the Q&A session is on. So I had highlighted that we'll have team reflections, and we would share the links, because we have created a Google Doc link where each country team will be able to input their answers to all this. So at the end of the day, we'll have a team reflections, and we'll share the link to you where you highlight your top 3 key takeaway messages from today. You will also identify the key challenges related to the decommissioning in upstream and oil and gas operations that have been highlighted through the presentations. And you also highlight what the current efforts are in your country to address these challenges. We would use this as a recap for the following day. So we'll share the Google Doc link in the chat for you to have this. Also, for the group work exercise that we'll take tomorrow, we will also share the group work exercise via email and via this platform, so that you can have a review of the group work to get yourself prepared. We'll also discuss how the group work will go, and we'll divide you into different country teams. So, and you will go into different breakout rooms. Unfortunately, there will be no translation services and interpretation services in the breakout rooms. So you'll be able to discuss amongst yourself and then report back at the end of the group work exercise. So Colombia will be in breakout room 1, Ghana in breakout room 2, Iraq in breakout room 3, and Mozambique in breakout room 4. So before the group work exercise, we'll also explain what the group work exercise is, how to go about it, and also remind you of your group, your breakout room numbers. So thank you very much for listening to this overview, this very brief overview that we had. So now we'll be beginning the training, and I'll be calling on Matt Richmond to give us an introduction, because we know as many oil and gas fields are winding up, they are globally coming to an end, or the end of their field life. Companies and operators are legally obligated to carry out certain things in decommissioning to ensure that there's a sound environmental management while they do this. So Matt will be using case studies to highlight the importance, the definition, and the goals of decommissioning. He will also look at decommissioning of oil and gas in the value chain. And finally, he'll look at the key steps in sustainable decommissioning, as well as challenges and obligations. So over to you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen now. Tell me if this is appearing. What do you see?
I don't see anything. Okay, now I see your screen. But I see the next slide. So maybe you can go to display settings.
Okay, how's that?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you, Chidima.
Yeah.
As Chidima explained, this is just a short introductory module on decommissioning. And hopefully it'll give you the background to be able to understand and appreciate the other modules over this course. So the contents of this module begin with, oops, what's happening here? Why do we decommission? And there's a case study, one of the most famous ones and earliest ones, of an infrastructure called the Brent Spa. We talk about orphaned or abandoned assets, definitions, how does decommissioning apply in the oil and gas value chain, decommissioning steps for sustainable decommissioning, challenges and opportunities and obligations of operators and countries, the role of the regulator, and then with a few examples from selected countries, many of whom you will be familiar with. So Brent Spa, I don't know if you've heard of this example, but this was a 65,000-ton oil storage tanker, which was standing, as seen in the photograph here, in the North Sea. And in 1995, it reached the end of its life, meaning it was no longer needed by the operator. And there was a debate at the time, particularly in the United Kingdom, about what should happen to this piece of infrastructure. At the time, there wasn't a Decommissioning or Petroleum Act, so it was an agreement between the company and the government of the United Kingdom. The main steps were that in 1991, an oil pipeline had been created, so the storage tank was no longer necessary. So it had reached the end of its life. And the operator, who was Shell, they proposed a deep sea, 2.5 kilometers deep, disposal for this tank, effectively. The UK government agreed, but Greenpeace, the environmental NGO, organized a worldwide high-profile media campaign, and they managed to get some of their personnel here on the boat onto the platform to draw more attention to it against the desire of Shell. For 3 weeks, they overestimated the amount of contaminants, which is important. The German government got involved and publicly opposed the dumping. Public opinion supported the campaign to avoid dumping and boycotted Shell products at the petrol station. And then, even though Shell had demonstrated that the dismantling was not the best solution, they reversed their decision, and the whole structure was towed to Norway, near Stavanger, where it was completely dismantled and effectively it was recycled. So that was 30 years ago, and it was in the media, it was on the news, it was a big story at the time. So 30 years ago. Since then, there have been many lessons learned and many guidelines have been developed to inform operators, to inform countries and regulators on the different approaches. But why do we need to decommission? Well, that was an example of oil and gas infrastructure that had ended its useful life. There was no further need for it. There are another form of oil and gas infrastructure, which is called abandoned or orphan infrastructure. And most countries, including Colombia, they have examples of this kind of infrastructure, which is abandoned in the middle of a forest or in a field or in a swamp. And the problem with these abandoned wells is not only do they not look very interesting in the landscape, but in the US, for example, these are all fairly recent news media. They're leaking methane. because if you imagine the well goes down into the strata, typically where there's oil, but once the oil has been consumed, there may be other gases or fluids which can enter the well and come up to the surface. So in Pennsylvania, there are problems with emissioning. There's been stories of contamination of groundwater from these abandoned wells. And the big issue in America and in some countries is who will pay for the decommissioning. Because what can happen is the operator who was responsible for the well or the pipeline has exhausted the reservoir and abandoned everything, or been bought by another company, or gone bankrupt. So we end up with a situation where at quite high cost, potentially in some places, there is the issue of abandoned infrastructure. And the scale of the problem, you may not think it's very big, but for example, in North America only, there were about 3.5 million oil and gas wells drilled, but only 825,000 of those are in production, which means that
إلا أن هناك 1.2 مليون بئرا يعمل ولم يتم ربطها بشكل جيد، وهذا يهدد البيئة والبشر بالخطر. ونحن نتحدث عن الميثان الذي يمكن أن يتسرب من الآبار المهجورة، والتي تؤدي إلى أيضا إخراج المياه المالحة والسوائل الهيدروكربونية التي تتسرب إلى
waters. And wells and infrastructure which are not properly reclaimed also in some places contribute to habitat fragmentation, pipelines through forests, groups of wells in sensitive environments, also soil erosion, interfering with agricultural land use, and even threatening wildlife habitats. So there are a number of reasons, these are just some of them, why abandoned infrastructure needs to be correctly decommissioned. So what do we do? What is decommissioning? Well, the main point is that decommissioning aims to isolate the infrastructure from any live facilities, from any live oil or gas reservoirs. And that includes wells, obviously, flow lines or pipelines, the gathering stations, the production processing plants, utility plants, waste water systems, accommodation, all the infrastructure that is involved in exploration or production or sales and marketing of oil and gas products. It aims to dismantle and decontaminate both above ground and underground equipment and structures. It aims to recycle and dispose of all the infrastructure. In some places, the best solution might be to remove it, but in other places, the best solution may be to leave the infrastructure in situ. And it aims to remediate and restore the site so that the site becomes free of environmental impacts and risks, whether it's onshore or offshore. So the background, history and definitions. Well, decommissioning, before the 1990s, it wasn't a common term. And it wasn't normally included in EIAs, the ones that I worked on in the early 2000s. Decommissioning was like a small paragraph at the end of the EIA, partly because there wasn't the issue of abandoned infrastructure. And in those days, 20, 30 years ago, oil and gas fields were still in production and they had not been exhausted. So decommissioning really only starts when a reservoir has been exhausted. It's finished. The oil and gas has been consumed. And typically reservoirs last between 20 or 30 years. Sometimes they can be extended depending on new technologies. As I mentioned before, it aims to make the area safe. And as with many projects, to return the environment to the original state so that the environment can be used for other purposes. That's obvious in the terrestrial environment. It's less obvious in the deep sea marine environment. But even there, the original state, it might be a fish nursery ground or a fishing ground, certainly something not covered in great big pipelines. And nowadays, the whole process of decommissioning is a major liability for some countries and operators and the contractors, and it needs to be understood by the public so that the costs can be managed effectively. We have to note that the costs of decommissioning, depending on the situation, can be extremely high. Deep sea decommissioning, as we'll hear later on from Ping, tends to be a lot more expensive than terrestrial decommissioning, for example. So how, when, and how? Well, I mentioned gas leaks in America. That's happening now. There are all sorts of studies going on in parts of the US at the moment, around Texas, not surprisingly perhaps, where there's a real abandoned oil well problem. And there's accusations that the regulators have failed to police the oil industry, meaning they've left the oil industry explore, produce, and then walk away without due diligence. And there are all kinds of initiatives in many places now trying to address these challenges. An example for Tanzania, where I used to work, including at this particular site, is a small gas processing plant on the island of Songo Songo, which has been producing gas now since 2006. It was financed by the World Bank in partnership with the government of Tanzania, and it will need to be decommissioned at some point, probably in 15 or 20 years from now. The question is the government ready? Is there a mechanism to do that? Are the costs identified? In the ESIA, it says that the site should return to the original state or condition, and that the operator has been advised to ensure that the land is returned to a state that would be usable by others after decommissioning of its facilities. That's it. So the text is there. The challenge for many countries is to actually make it happen. In Ghana, there's a offshore decommissioning workshop recently held. They too have some concerns. Certainly the media has concerns whether or not the Ghanaian government is ready to decommission what in this case is offshore infrastructure. As we say, the goal is to rehabilitate the site. Here's two pictures. This is a small Christmas tree wellhead on land with a small fence around it. Very small area, very small footprint. And then at the bottom, once the site has been rehabilitated, it returns to, in this case, what looks like grazing land. So that's the goal. And is it always sensible? Is it cost effective? Is it ecologically appropriate? Environments can change over 30 years. Is it politically correct to remove everything? Are there alternative approaches? Does it depend on the water depth, the local environment, available technology, other users of sea or land, and the environmental authorities and the sector authorities? Do they have the techniques? Are they in regular discussion with the operators? And what's often used now is a tool for the operators. One of them is the best available techniques. We'll talk more about that in Module 5, how to work out the best approach to decommission. The process follows a fairly standard sequence. Some of these you'll hear from in Module 4, but it usually begins with project management, planning, engineering. All those aspects need to be looked at. Permitting and regulatory compliance where applicable and where it exists. And then in some places, depending on the environment, this is for offshore in green there, removal of the conductor platform preparation, mobilization of derricks and barges, lots of ships involved in offshore decommissioning, removal of the platform, pipeline and power cable decommissioning, and then typical to all of them, steps 8 and 9 is the materials disposal and the site clearance and the closeout report. So that at a glance are the typical steps in the process. And where does this take place? Well, sorry, there's the value chain. So we have exploration, storage and transportation, refining and processing, sales and marketing. That's the oil and gas value chain that we are all familiar with. And then where does decommissioning need to take place? Well, as you can see here, it needs to take place almost everywhere, from wells to pipelines and platforms, production installations, refineries, processing plants, storage tanks, export pipelines, LNG. Ships are separate because they can be just driven to a port and dismantled. So shipping doesn't really apply, but almost everything else does. And it all needs to take place typically between 25, 30, even 40 years from construction, okay, including petrol stations. One of the challenges, as I explained before about America, is the sheer size of the problem. And in Kansas, the state of Kansas only, there's at least 21,000 abandoned wells. In the North Sea, there's 927 wells, plus much more, that have already been identified. In the USA, there are 629 platforms that are eligible for decommissioning. So the scale of it is almost unimaginable, partly because it's not in the media anymore, and certainly for the marine environment, nobody can see it. It's out there beyond the horizon in most cases, and it's not obvious. Just to give you an idea of the sizes, some of these platforms are 400 meters tall, so higher than the Eiffel Tower, higher than the Empire State Building. We're talking about very large structures that consist of thousands of tons of concrete and steel. Equally, pipelines. This is East Africa, where I'm familiar with. There's a number of pipelines that have been in operation now for many decades. The Tazara pipeline, for example, from Zambia to Dar es Salaam, that was installed in the 70s. That's already 40 years old. Then there's Uganda, a number of pipelines. In Kenya, Mozambique has pipelines. It can be complex because of the landscape through which the pipelines traverse. Some of them are above ground, some of them are buried. They're highly variable, depends on the situation, site-specific. And there can also be alternative uses for what's called the wayleave. In the bottom picture here, you see the space. That's an empty space where normally deep-rooted trees are not allowed to grow, nor are buildings to be built. And that space can be used for other things. With most cases, the decommission is a site-specific exercise. And there are some principles which have been identified in a document from Nigeria, actually, 2015. We'll talk more about this in tomorrow's lecture, but these just give you the kind of overview, if we follow the numbers, from increasing operator self-regulation, so the companies take a role, improving corporate responsibility, again, the companies take the lead, reduce environmental and social impacts, that's universal, reclamation and recycling, removal of hazardous wastes and materials, rehabilitation of areas affected. Financial assurances is a big issue, that the process should be iterative of learning and development. So as countries or operators or regulators begin, they should always be able to process the knowledge and improve on the next one. And then, as with most cases, monitoring and enforcement, very important. This is an offshore structure. The top side has been removed. So then you take it onto the land. And this picture gives you a bit of a scale. So now what happens to that? That's all steel. It may have different contaminants inside the structures. It's certainly going to have a lot of marine life growing on it. So where and when, and who's talking about decommissioning? Well, I did a search online, and it seems like since 2012, there have been a number of these decommissioning summits and decommissioning conferences, and they're going every year. They seem to be more and more in the Gulf of Mexico, in the North Sea. So it's really the last 20 years where this has really started to hit the headlines. It's a business. It requires specialist skills, engineers, environmental specialists. And but we may ask ourselves, why is it important that it should be done safely? Well, as I mentioned, there can be hazardous inventory, meaning there can be hazardous products, even radioactive products in pipelines. After decommissioning, the areas are often open access, so one has to be sure that there's nothing left there. Who is liable for any environmental damage? The impacts and effects on the environment and on residents may remain for decades, and the site must be made available for productive use after decommissioning. So it is important. It's now law, and there's a YouTube link here. You will get the lectures in PowerPoint, so you can follow these links. There are a number of examples, unfortunately, of accidents and deaths due to abandoned oil and gas infrastructure where the gases build up and there are explosions. But the government is now taking a role, and what should the government do? It should make and update environmental laws. It should review environmental, social sustainability of projects to ensure impacts from operations and risks are reduced. It should be a transparent and public consultation process. It should enforce the compliance through independent monitoring and inspection. It should promote best practice, and it should reduce bureaucracy and facilitate intergovernment coordination. That's often the problem in many countries where different departments, environment, oil and gas, minerals, they're not all communicating. And that leads to the kind of a gray zone where the process gets delayed. An ESIA is best practice. A standalone ESIA is the way to go these days. And we'll talk more about that in details in the next course. And generally, decommissioning in offshore facilities is more challenging compared to onshore. And as I said before, it's more expensive. For the regulators, that's many of you, what are the key concerns? Demolition versus transfer, removal of subsurface materials, removal of subsea structures or leave in place, site remediation, post-closure environmental monitoring, identifying whose responsibility, for how long, and how much funding is needed. So regulators have plenty to think about. In the UK, there are some now regional conventions which certainly helps to guide the entire process. And for example, there are decommissioning obligations applicable to the UK related to the 1992 OSPAR Convention. But although international laws do exist, there are different norms on enforceability. Different countries treat them in different ways. So it really is a country by country scenario out there. And in the UK, for example, there is a Petroleum Act where there is a legal and a regulative framework which is now in place. So for the United Kingdom, and as we'll hear from our other colleagues, there are, and especially Norway, there is a structure in place that guides the whole process. It's not the case in many other countries, especially countries that are new to the oil and gas sector. Around the world, many places, it's the law that decommissioning is mandatory, and by the operators, but not always. There are differences in the detail. Even in the United States, it depends on the region and the state. Many African countries have a legal framework and provisions, or they take guidance from other countries or from international best practice. But remember, as I said before, each country is unique, each situation is unique, with water depth, technology, local skills, sensitivity of the environment. And, of course, the countries have to respect and be mindful of existing contracts and licenses. The World Bank has some policies which already address, this is 2007, construction and decommissioning is already there, contaminated land, water discharges. So there are already, as I said earlier, a number of guidelines that help those countries who are still developing their own legislation. And Colombia, here's a few examples now to finish off the session. How are we doing on time?
You have like 10 minutes to go.
Perfect. So in Colombia, if I'm not mistaken, and there aren't any new legislation, decommissioning regulators require not later than 3 months in advance of decommissioning that a licensee has to submit a study to the National Environment Licensing Agency, Agencia Nacional de Licenciamiento Ambiental, I believe. Environmental impacts, and this document has to include the identified environmental impacts that exist at the beginning of the decommissioning, the management measures, final restoration, any pending actions, maps identifying where the locations of the infrastructure are to be decommissioned, a list of environmental obligations derived from administrative acts and laws that identify all compliance issues, estimated expense, and the commitment to comply with obligations. And then within a month, INLA verifies the status of the project and issues a declaration to start dismantling. And then not later than 5 days following the start, the licensee or the operator, not always the same, must submit an insurance policy to guarantee payment of the decommissioning costs. So that's more or less the situation in Colombia. In Mozambique, under the Petroleum Operations Regulation Decree 34/2015, a detailed decommissioning plan to be prepared in consultation with the National Petroleum Institute 2 years before the end of the project. So there's a process there. It should evaluate the impacts. It should follow good international practice. And concessionaires also need to create a fund and with a bank account as a decommissioning fund and periodically deposit amounts covering the costs as per the estimates. So Mozambique also, this is a photograph of the Sasol gas processing plant in Nyambani, north of Maputo. So which is about the same age as the one in Songo Songo Island, 2006. So in 15 years or so, that's going to need decommissioning. And they already have a legislation that identifies it. In Iraq, almost all the infrastructure is on land. So we're talking about onshore. This picture here is of the Iraq, the Basra oil export terminal, which is in the Arabian Gulf, which is offshore. It's fairly minor. It's just an export terminal. but it still has a lot of materials and concrete and steel and contaminated pipelines. So that would also need to be decommissioned. But on land, anyway, the international oil companies or the contractor shall remove all equipment and should have an abandonment plan. So, but as far as I'm aware, there are no known statutory government requirements or publicly known contractual requirements for the provision of a security deposit. So, meaning the operator doesn't have to open a bank account and deposit the funds required for the decommissioning. At least that's what we found in the legislation that's available. They may have evolved, but they have some mechanism. In Ghana, the licensee needs to submit a decommissioning plan 2 years before the date to cease operation. They have to establish a decommissioning fund, follow best practice, be strictly liable for any loss or damages. They have to restore the affected area, and the obligation for all of this is on the contractor. So it seems like in Ghana there is also the mechanism in place legally for the whole process, 2016. So the registration is 5 years old. Online, and I really recommend that you not now, but you take a look at the quantity of material which is available, especially by some of the big operators like BP and Shell. There are video clips of how they did it, and it's quite impressive. And you can learn a lot from some of them 2 minutes, some of them 18 minutes. We're not showing them now, but it's well worth having a look. So the key messages are, there are two types of structure requiring decommissioning. There's the abandoned wells, and those relate to the expired end-of-life structure. The decommissioning is the process where abandoned or exhausted fields are made safe and land and sea are reclaimed as much as possible to the original state. Decommissioning is relevant to all parts of the oil and gas value chain, from exploration to production and sales. There are 9 guiding principles that should be articulated as minimum standards by ESIA departments and regulators. And in most countries, operators of oil and gas structures are responsible, but in some countries, the government plays a major role. We'll hear more about these examples from the other presenters. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Matt. Round of applause. We're giving a virtual round of applause to you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Do we have any questions? I know, thank you. Someone sent you a round of applause icon. So I saw Ms. Jennan's hand up. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand. You can go to the reactions on your screen and you see raise hand, and then you can raise your hand, and then you can we'll let you unmute your microphone to ask the question. Otherwise, you can also write the question on the chat box. So I saw Ms. Jennan's Abdul. I saw her hand up. I don't know if she still has the questions or if it was answered. Ms. Jennan? I don't know if she wants to ask the question. So yes, someone else's hand is up. Yes, please. Oh, you can unmute yourself and ask the question. Desio.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. It's very useful. I'm from Mozambique. Actually, I'm working at the National Petroleum Institute. My question is regarding to the decommissioning fund. According to our legislation in Mozambique, the concessionaire have a right to develop a fund from the commissioning. So, according to this fund, one concern it's coming to myself. This is my personal question. So, why did the commissioning process is a cost recoverable? As I know, the cost recovery is a cost related to the operational cost. Some questions, some costs regarding to the how can you say?
Sorry, Mr. Desio, you know you can speak Portuguese. We have the translation, or we have the interpretation already, so you can speak Portuguese if you're more comfortable speaking Portuguese.
No. I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable also speaking English.
Okay,
it's
no
better.
problem.
And you're doing very well.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. I'm just improving my English.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know if you get my question.
Yes, I got your question. Your question. So you're asking if the costs, if I correctly understood you, you're asking if the costs for the decommissioning are basically deductible from the profits of the operator. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good question. And I'm sure it depends on the agreement that the operator has with the government. I know, for example, in Tanzania, that all the costs of exploration and construction are deductible, but that depends on the production sharing agreement, the PSA, which is another one of these site-specific, country-specific contracts. So it might be that there's already an estimate for that, or even if there's not an estimate, it may be agreed at the end of the project life. You may have to invest a few million on decommissioning, and you can take it off your. It's an expense. I'm sure Ping has many examples of different parts of the world where there are different contracts. But the important thing, I believe, is that these kind of arrangements are agreed in advance so that it's fair for the operator and the countries to be able to proceed as planned, and that there are no surprises later on, which can cause, legal challenges, and we go to international courts and all this kind of stuff. So it's good that these arrangements be defined at the beginning, and unless I'm wrong, there will not be a uniform arrangement around the world.
Thank you, Matt. Just to point out that we'll go more in depth on this, on opportunities, on the funds, we'll see from different case studies. We'll also have from Norway, how we'll see how the process is done in their country, and we'll also see from all from different countries in the world. So just hold that question. We'll explain further in the coming sessions. But I see another question in the chat from Mr. Ernesto. It's in Spanish. I don't know if they can translate, if the Spanish translator can translate the question.
I can translate that. He's asking whether, muchas gracias, Ernesto. He's asking if all the infrastructure from here we go. Every oil structure deteriorates over time. Is that a question mark? Yes. Therefore, should we always be dismantled regardless of company reasons? Well, all structures are designed to have a certain life, whether it's a car or gas installation. It'll depend on the quality of the steel, the quality of the concrete, the environment where they're in. So yes, they do deteriorate over time at different rates. Okay, it depends on the situation. So that's another site-specific issue. And then, should they always be dismantled regardless of company reasons? Well, they should be dismantled when they expire. Now, it could be that location, the geotech guys have discovered that if you drill another 2 kilometers further down, you find another reservoir, or that if you can use latitudinal drilling, you might be able to continue operating from that pad, and only have to decommission part of it. So again, it's a site-specific situation. Ping is looking thoughtful, and she will be sharing examples of the different stages and which bits you need to do first and which bits are continuous. Of course, in any kind of big infrastructure, there is maintenance. and there are parts that have to be repaired, you know, the generators, the fridges, the air conditioning units. So all this stuff is constantly being repaired, and there should be a schedule of maintenance for all the parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Matt. I know Ping is going to also discuss this in the next module.
Good questions.
So yes, so she'll also like go more in depth in this. I saw Mr. Walid's hand. Mr. Walid, you can ask your question.
بالحقيقة السؤال مالتي يعني تم الإجابة عليه من قبل السيد ماثيو في السؤال السابق.
I didn't get the translation.
Chief, my question is the same question from Spain.
Okay. All right.
From Colombia.
Right. So Ping, I think everyone is waiting on you to explain further on this. So I don't know if we have any more questions regarding this. Yes, Mr. Ahmed Khalaf, please go ahead, unmute yourself and speak. You can unmute your mic. Just click on the microphone and then click. It will show unmute. Mr. Ahmed? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
ممكن معرفة التجهيزات المستعملة في
I would like to know what sort of infrastructure and installation installations in those oil fields. Thank you. What sort of installations are in the oil fields? What sort of installations are in the oil fields? وما هي نوعية التجهيزات التي ينبغي أن تستخدمها في
Yeah, I lost what he was saying. Actually.
He said what type of equipment must be used.
Okay.
The different type of installation. I will cover that actually.
The next module, right?
Yeah, so here he typed it, Mr. Kareman. What are the equipment used in the oil field to know? Okay, actually the question is different.
Yeah.
To know the radiation level in this field. Radiation level, Matt?
Right. I think I mentioned earlier that one of the risks is contamination of, especially of pipes. So if you could imagine that's a pipe, the oil or the gas has been flowing for many, many decades. What can happen is inside the pipe, you get a deposit of radioactive material inside the pipe. And that has to be, it's called norm. There may be other deposits as well, oils, and this product needs to be removed very carefully by qualified engineers with the correct protective equipment and radiation detectors, and it needs to be disposed of correctly. So but it's a well-known contaminant. It will come up in one of the presentations later on. Good question. I think that's possibly the most dangerous contaminant, but there are lots of other dangers in decommissioning. But in terms of contaminant on land, that's probably one of the most hazardous that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that answered the question, Mr. Ahmed. Do we have any more questions? regarding this presentation? If not, the following presentation by Ping is going to cover.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The following presentation by Ping is going to cover this. So, like Matt had said, if you see different regions, different countries, even inside the countries, different regions in the countries might have different laws and regulations regarding this. So, Ping is going to give a presentation on the processes, how the decommission process is done. She'll also look at regulations at different levels. So at the international level, she's also going to look at regulations at the regional level and also regulations on the international level. So we also want you to pay attention to all these, because some of these points and some of these key messages that will be coming out from these presentations will be useful while you're doing the group exercise for tomorrow. So she will also mention like the importance of why it's early to engage with stakeholders. She's also going to highlight the stakeholders that are necessary during the commission. So, Ping, are you ready to give the presentation?
Yeah, I just want to check. Are we supposed to be having a break now?
Yeah, we're having a.
Yeah, so yes, we'll have a. So while we could go on a tea break. So we'll have like a 15 minutes tea break. So when we come back, so the time is 2:41, so we should be back. So you don't have to log out. So you can just mute yourself and leave the computer on. And we'll be back here at 2:55, so that Pink can give the presentation, can continue to give the presentation on the processes of decommissioning. So if that's okay with everyone. Just mute yourself, you can put up your video, and by 2:55 we'll all resume the presentation. So you can stand up, stretch your legs, look outside the window, go grab coffee, tea, anything that's useful. And we'll be back here at 2:55. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, hi. Can I just check with you that you're seeing the correct screen? Thank you.
Yes. I hope everyone is back from tea, coffee. Yep. So Ping will be taking her presentation to discuss the process of decommissioning, and hopefully some of the questions that have been raised during the previous session will be covered in this session. So please feel free to write the questions down so you don't forget, and then after her presentation we can have another Q&A session and discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Ping.
Thank you, Chi. I hope everyone had a chance for a break and everyone is now back online. Chi and Matt, I'll ask for your help because I will not be able to see the chat. So just alert me if there's any questions.
Sure.
So thank you, everyone. And thank you, UNEP, for the opportunities to run this training. As mentioned by Chi in the beginning, IOGP will run Module 2 to Module 4. I will do Module 2 and Module 4. And Harvey, our Environment Director, will run Module 3. So Module 2 is on general decommissioning process. Module 3 is on onshore decommissioning. And Module 4 on offshore decommissioning. So this is Module 2. In Module 2, we will cover, as I said, the general decommissioning process applicable for both onshore and offshore. I will briefly cover the following: regulation and stakeholders, probably the most important aspect to understand in decommissioning. And then the general decommissioning process. And finally, the key decisions and options within these decisions throughout a decommissioning project timeline. A lot to cover. I'll do my best to cover them all and have time for question and answer. So I understand that most of you here are regulators or represent the regulators. And you do have already an appreciation of the importance of having clear regulation, and Matt in Module 1 also stressed this. And this is important because clear regulation, as you know, benefits all parties, regulation and operation. So it helps that everyone understands the expectations so that everyone can plan early and manage the risk for all parties. Risks including what Matt has already mentioned: financial, safety, environmental. On the IOGP website, you can download what you see on screen here, the 2 documents, which summarizes the applicable decommissioning regulations. One for wells and another for facilities. So this document is very useful because it covers regulation at the international and regional levels, where many countries, including perhaps yours as well, are signatories to, and also national regulation of 32 countries. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with the use of Mentimeter, but I thought I wanted to try to see if we can do this, to do a quick survey. So if you go to this www.menti.com and use the code and enter this code, I want to do a survey on whether to understand what is the status of decommissioning national regulations in your country? Does it exist? Is it in process of developing, or is it already in place? So I'm going to pause here and wait for you to do that. Let me know. I'm just going to go to my other screen to see if that's. So I see one person has already participated. Okay, I think I'll show the result later, but I want to also stress that you can argue that actually national regulation are the most important amongst, whether amongst international, regional, and national. And we know that in the mature oil and gas basin, like Gulf of Mexico, North Seas, these are very mature and well understood. In some Asia Pacific countries with increasing decommissioning activities, we have regulation that are being developed in the recent 5 years. In my home countries, for example, in Brunei, the National Decommissioning Guideline was issued only end of 2018, about 3 years ago. I was at that time working for Brunei Shell, and our regulators actually invited the industry to review and discuss what should be in the regulation. In my personal opinion, that is extremely good practice to involve the industry in the process of developing guidelines and regulations so that you can work out what is the best process for all parties towards decision making. Move on to the next slide. Let me see if my screen is showing correctly. Yes. If you have seen the webinar, you would have seen this slide already. So this slide shows an overview of the general decommissioning process. And as I said, it's applicable for both onshore and offshore. I won't go into details here. As I mentioned, I hope you have seen this in the webinar, but I will refer to this diagram throughout the rest of my presentation and in subsequent modules. But briefly, I want to highlight that the process of decommissioning is kicked off with the decision to cease production, what is commonly referred to as COP, cessation of production. So it is extremely important for all parties to keep an eye on when the asset is ready to cease production so that planning for decommissioning can begin. Throughout the decommissioning process, it is critical for all parties to also agree the decision process involved towards decisions and ensure that stakeholders are properly engaged. And it's not just stakeholders for the operators, owners of the asset. It's also stakeholders for you as regulators. How do you engage the other concerned parties from the other governmental departments? So I cannot stress enough the importance of early planning. You need time to collect data. You need time to understand the risk, to engage the stakeholders, to make sure that they also understand the challenges and opportunities that exist in decommissioning, to develop the strategy, and most importantly, to ensure that there are sufficient funds or money to execute the work. Right, stakeholders. And again, there's another Mentimeter code here for you to try. So I'll move on. I see some of you has already participated. So if I present the next slide, you should be able to see using the same code, the question on who are your stakeholders in the decommissioning process. So who are the stakeholders in your decommissioning process? And again, if you use the same code, you should be able to enter some information. I hope that you participate in this interactive tool, and I will share the result at the end of my presentation. So who are stakeholders? Stakeholders are people or groups of people that are impacted by the decommissioning decision, and those that can influence the outcome of the decisions. And I'm going to quickly click here, and you will see these are some examples of the stakeholders. And I hope in your answers in the Mentimeter survey that you have identified some of these stakeholders. And of course, this is not a complete list, and every situation is unique, depending on how the country split the management of the oil and gas industry. What's important here, as I stressed, is to identify the stakeholders early and to agree the engagement process. So here are some examples of stakeholder groups in decommissioning. And as regulators, you would probably have a central department where the operators submit their proposal on how they want to decommission. Typically, a decommissioning plan is not reviewed and approved by only one governmental department. It would typically need to be approved by multiple governmental departments, and the central regulatory body would likely be facilitating this approval process. And as Harvey, who used to work as a regulator, can probably say that this can be very complicated, especially if you're working between ministerial bodies. And the risk is that the approval process is delayed. So again, it is important that the process of approval is agreed early, and we strongly recommend that this is clearly outlined in any decommissioning regulations or decommissioning guideline and legislations that you have in your country. So this is another slide which shows different boxes underneath. This slide summarizes some of the key decisions that need to be made throughout the decommissioning process. And I will elaborate on this further into this presentation module. So where there are options, the decisions in decommissioning are typically made using a multi-criteria decision analysis process. So many criteria to be considered as you think about what should be the correct agreed answer for all these questions. And criteria would include, as you can expect, safety, environment, stakeholders' view, social economic impacts, and so on. So as mentioned already, for a very complex project, there will be a need to compile data, and there will be a need for years and years of detailed studies to provide scientific and factual input to these decisions. In the remaining slides, I will go through each of these decisions, as you can see numbered here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and discuss the options that are available or the typical solutions that are chosen by the industry. So again, another Mentimeter question, which I'm gonna ask you to answer. It has been decided to stop production and use of an asset. So this is related to the first box. What should be the level of maintenance and inspection? What should be the early removal scope? So in this situation, the asset has been decided to stop production. Now, what do you think should be the level of maintenance and inspection? So again, using the Mentimeter code, should there be full maintenance similar to when the asset is fully operational? Should there be only minimum required to enable safe access? Or should there be none? Just leave the asset until you want to decommission. So what should be the answer. I see there are 3 participants already on the survey, so thank you for that. Now, let's think a bit about this, right? So, yes, you have decided, or an asset owner have decided to stop producing. Indeed, the answer should be that there should still be some level of maintenance and inspection, because in this scenario, the wells are not yet plugged. There could still be pressure built up. So a responsible operators or owners will need to always check on whether the pressure has built up to an unacceptable level. Is it still safe? So there is a need to do a risk-based inspection. So the frequency of this will depend on the risk of the wells. And for large offshore platforms, there are some critical equipment that should perhaps be maintained, and this is for the benefit of decommissioning later on. So, for example, cranes, facilities to enable safe access like helideck, boat landing, and even underwater, you need to also make sure that the platform will still have the protection against corrosion. So what we call in our industry cathodic protection. Moving on to the next set of decisions. So now you are ready for removal, and you can see here a little picture of a platform being removed and a wellhead being removed. The decision that's often disputed but that is, I guess, most important to be agreed between the owners and the regulators and other stakeholders, in fact. What should be the extent of removal? And to lesser importance, but equally important, what should be the decommissioning methodology? So we often refer to the state after decommissioning as the agreed end state, as it is an agreed state between the regulators and the operators. So here I have outlined the typical solution for onshore and offshore. Onshore, typically, there would be 2 plugs. So this is a typical solution, but it's by no means the only solution. Depending on the risk, you can decide on a more, what's the word? It could be more or it could be less. So typically onshore, you have 1 permanent downhole plug and 1 additional environmental plug. Typically onshore, all the above ground facilities are removed and dismantled, and so you imagine you will not see anything on the site afterwards. And again, typically the facilities underground, like pipelines, etc., are left underground, but the conductors are cut at a certain level below the ground level. And for example, in Brunei, this is typically 2 meters, but it can be more or it can be less, depending on what is the future use of the land. And offshore, you see here a picture of a platform. Typically, the top sides, what is referred to, the top part of the structure is called the top sides, are removed to shore for dismantling. And then you have the jacket structures underneath, the conductors and piles. So there are various options for this, either fully removed or partially removed. And in subsequent modules, there will be discussion on why you choose to remove all and why you choose to partially remove. And again, the conductors and piles that you see in the middle here, the 3 lines in the middle, are typically cut a certain level below sea level, say 3 meters or more or less, depending on the risk involved. And pipelines are buried pipeline, if they're buried or rock dam, in most countries, they are allowed to be left in situ. But you have to, the owners or the operators must make sure that and demonstrate that there is no safety risk to other users of the sea. And this is usually the fishermen and other mariners. If the pipeline is simply laid on the seabed, it depends, right? If there are bottom fish trawling activities, it would be a risk to the fisherman, the bottom sea trawler. So you would want to remove it, or you would want to put rocks over it and what we call rock dam and bury the pipelines so that there is no risk of snagging. But if there are no bottom fish trawlings, in some countries, this is actually allowed to be left in situ if it can be demonstrated again that it is safe to do so. Right, and then the next discussion is on, I think here is where I want to show, the decommissioning methodologies, right? There are many options that can be used. Piecemeal, single lift, you can see here in the picture of a tool that is used to just kind of slowly eating away the structure. So this is what we call piecemeal removal. And then you have piece medium or modular removal, where you see they are removed in larger chunks, larger pieces, piece medium. But what the industry is trying to move towards is even bigger even bigger removal chunks. The preference is always offshore, at least, for single lift removal. And why is that? It's because when you do single lift removal, it is reduced offshore man hours, the exposure to people are less, and so the safety exposure is less. And and also in terms of, imagine in terms of carbon footprint as well, it's also less. So it's always, there's usually a preference for single lift removal. And you might have heard of the Brent Bravo platform, where the Pioneering Spirit which is a very big vessel, remove the 25,000 metric ton topsides in 9 seconds. I think I'm gonna try and show the video here. So let me try and do this. 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen. I think that will, no, it's fine. So I hope this works. I just want to quickly show.
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on their.
Okay, this is just a very short video. I think I can fast forward to. So some of you might have heard of this vessel, and this is how far technology has advanced. You can see the vessel, the crane vessel, moving towards the Brent platform, and the top sides here has already been pre-cut. And just, I say about 10 years ago, this is actually impossible to be done. And because technology has advanced so much that this is now possible, we can do things a lot faster, a lot safer. And this was only in 2020, so it's quite recent as well. So the alternative option to this, if this technology has not existed, is to cut the platform into smaller size so that the crane can actually lift it. It can be within the capacity of the crane. This is the frame. Okay, so we're going to stop there. Maybe fast forward a little bit. You see here how it is then put onto a barge, and then we transport it to an onshore demolition yard. Okay. Move back to my presentation.
I think just to flag that you have like barely 5 minutes to round up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very quickly. Some other decisions that you need to make is on waste management plan and strategy. How you're going to dismantle and dispose. So you see here, usually this is an example. This is an actual example from a project that I was involved with in Brunei. So you need to understand very early on, what is the amount of waste that will be produced? And then you need to assess whether the current system can process this waste, and then develop a strategy to manage the waste stream. So I won't go into detail of this because I know that Harvey will cover this in his presentation. And now we move on quickly to the final set of decision. Okay, so you have already decommissioned the field. There is usually a requirement for a final site surveillance, but there's often a debate on how much there should be surveyed. So something that you need to think of, what happened after decommissioning? Who owned the site or the asset if the decommissioning is done in situ, which means that if there are some assets left behind on the site. In different countries, it's very different in different countries. In Malaysia, for example, the reef structures is actually handed over to the fisheries department. In England, in UK, the asset is owned by the existing operators in perpetuity, and so on. So there are many different examples. I'm sure my other colleagues here who will be presenting can share as well. I'm not familiar how it is in Norway, for example, and in other countries. So as I said, yeah, indeed, in my slide here, I said various models exist globally. I think I will leave it at that because we will go into a deeper dive in subsequent modules. But I want to summarize by again saying that I think the most important process in all of this is early planning. Early planning is critical for a successful outcome and to agree the decision-making process. And of course, these slides will be given to the participant, Chi, right? So please feel free to ask me any question. Conscious of time, and I want to allow time for question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ping. Just like she was saying, we already put the slides on the chat, so you can download the slides, like the slides that Matt had used and the slides that Ping has used. It's in the chat, so you can download it from there. But we'll also share it via email. So thank you very much, Ping. Giving you a virtual round of applause. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. So yes, so it's time for question and answer. So while we wait for questions to come in, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands or write in the chat, because I see some comments in the chat box. I don't know if you can see it, Ping.
Let me pull out the comments.
Yes. So one thing that struck me from her presentation is the fact that different institutions have to work together for the approval process. So that means they should have like a common understanding of what they want to see, right, before they approve. So I see Mr. Ahmed's hand up. Please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question. Mr. Ahmed?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
May peace be upon you. Can you tell us, please, the process of risk assessment in removing the offshore platforms? Thank you.
Did you get the question?
Yes, I got the translation. Walaikum salam, Mr. Ahmed. The process of risk assessment of removing offshore platforms, actually, this will be covered in further details tomorrow, but I will briefly mention that, as I mentioned in my presentation, there are many tools that the industry use to come towards understanding, what are the risks, or actually to weigh the different risks that there are. So risk can be, I'm not sure, because there are many types of risks, right? Environmental, safety risk, societal risk, economical risk, and so on. So usually, the tools that I use in the industry that has been mentioned by myself and also Matt is called the multi-criteria decision analysis. So in the UK, for example, they use a tool that's called comparative assessment. In Norway, I believe they use best available techniques. And so how do you assess the risk? Sometimes, in my projects in Brunei, for example, we look at environmental risk, right? And there would be detailed studies where we collect sample from the pipelines, we bring it to the lab, we understand what is in the pipelines, and then you use your typical project risk management process to kind of build your understanding of what are the impact of these contaminants and what should be done to manage it and so on. So I hope that answers your questions.
Does any other person want to weigh in? Like Annegret, do you want to say something regarding this, like from the Norwegian perspective, or Matt, if you want to contribute to this, to the question? Anyone? If not, I think Matt, do you want to say something? You're mute. So you're muted.
Okay.
You're not. It's okay now. Matt.
Did you want me to add on something there? Sorry.
Yes, I was asking if you wanted to add on, add something to what she had said. Otherwise, it will be covered in the coming modules.
Yeah. So now that I look at Matt, I remember, of course, you need to do your, environmental risk is covered within environmental impact assessment studies. Safety risk will be covered under safety risk assessment studies. So every one of these studies will be input into the comparative assessment process or the best available technique process and other type of decision-making tools. But there's always a need for more detailed studies, collecting field data, understanding what's really out there, and even you need to go out and you need to collect factual information, and sometimes there are lab studies and so on. Matt?
Yeah, I could just add that we mustn't get the feeling that a decommissioning process is a fast issue. It can take many years to decommission these large infrastructures. It's not a 6-month job. As Ping mentioned, there's a whole sequence of documentation, of detailed studies, stakeholder engagement. So the whole process, I mean, in some situations, it can take many years. It can take as long to decommission almost as it took to construct. So, of course, there are now big tools for removing the top section, as Ping demonstrated in her video. But of course, that has to get taken to a port, and it still has to be broken down until every single last square centimeter of metal has been disposed of correctly. It is a slow, methodical process that has to be, and there's no need to speed it up. It takes time.
Yeah, and it should indeed take time. So as I mentioned in my presentation, it's very important that you understand the constraint of the waste management system in your country. I'm sharing it from my personal experience in my country, in Brunei, where we learned, as we started to analyze the situation in our country, is that the liquid processing system, will not be able to fully take the amount of flush pipelines, amount of waste, liquid waste from the flushing activity in the pipelines. So there are needs sometimes to build new facilities for decommissioning if you are decommissioning in a very large scale. So it depends on the volume of the waste that you have. You need to plan years in advance to build these waste management facilities and ports, where onshore demolition yard to deal with this waste. I see there's another question which I hope I've answered already in the chat. How do you deal with the remains or the waste of the assets after decommissioning? So I'm sorry I didn't have time, but I will answer now. Like typically, the steel is a commodity. It is typically recycled. Of course, usually you would try to maximize and see where you can perhaps reuse the top sides and reuse the jacket. But in most of the time, say more than 90% of the time, the steel are recycled, are smelted, recycled, and converted to something new.
Yeah, so Ping, just a follow up to the questions first before we go to the next one. So in terms of like for the regulators now, like what do they look out for? So the assessment, the risk assessment that is conducted to know whether it's good for the environment, how to dismantle, like is this put in the decommissioning plan, or like how do the regulators know that there's been a risk assessment taking place?
Yeah, so and again, I'm speaking from my experience. I'm happy if Matt and everyone else can share as well. From my experience and my understanding is that usually again, I'm speaking from my experience from Brunei and New Zealand, right? So usually you would require a detailed environmental impact assessment to be submitted to the regulator. And this is the more detailed document as part of the whole decommissioning plan document that needs to be eventually also submitted. And yeah, so the operators usually need to demonstrate to the government or to the regulator that they've done studies to understand what are the risks. And they are the experts, right? They know their assets, so they need to put it all in the document. They need to show that they need to show that they have done proper risk assessment, and they need to submit the result of this, usually for environment, in the form of an environmental impact assessment document to the regulator. And safety as well. So again, speaking from my experience from Brunei, there's usually a requirement for a safety case, we call it. Is basically a document that analyzes the pros and cons of different decommissioning option and what is the safety risk of these options.
Thank you. Harvey, do you want to weigh in on this from the regulator's point of view, or Matt, do you want to say something?
Sure.
Yes.
Well, so I think Ping answered it very well. I will touch a little bit more about decommissioning assessments which are done pre-decommissioning. And it's very important to characterize what you have before you start the job, because otherwise you could end up on a very much longer time frame, because you'll have troubles getting over regulatory hurdles and other things like that. It's also good to understand the capacity constraints. So things like Ping mentioned, you need to understand where your waste is going to go. And to do that, you need to understand what your waste is going to be. So indeed, a lot of it is all about planning. If you don't plan properly, it could end up in a very expensive and a very time-consuming process.
Very much, Harvey. There's another question in the chat about what kind of tests are done to ensure that the remains are not polluted. I think this will fall under waste management, which I think Harvey would cover, because I see that the question before that was talking about like what do you do with the pipelines and the metal scraps. And if we listened carefully to Matt, he had said like some gas or like remnants of oil can be there, and then they can be numb there. So also looking at the waste hierarchy and things like that is what the regulators should focus more on when they submit this decommissioning plan. So I don't know if there's any more questions under this.
I'm happy to answer the question in the chat, so feel free to put in your questions while.
So when they put questions in the chat, it's also good for us to like discuss the questions in case other people can weigh into the answers. So do we have any other questions regarding this? Otherwise, we can go over to the next module with Harvey.
Okay.
So Harvey will be discussing specifically onshore, like the scope of work for onshore decommissioning. So he will touch on the waste management, the abandonment, like different issues that accompany onshore decommissioning. So yeah, Harvey, we see your screen. You can put it on presenter mode. Yeah, so I hope everyone is getting a hang of this and putting down like some key challenges that you're foreseeing while like doing this decommissioning process. And it's important to know that you have to start early. Like Harvey said, you have to do it early, and Ping also reiterated that you need to start the process early so that you don't waste time and you don't waste money. So over to you, Harvey.
Thank you, Chi. Okay, so what I want to do is briefly talk about it. It's a very consuming topic, but we only have a short period of time to go through it. So I hope I can do it justice for you. So we're going to have an onshore decommissioning overview, and it generally occurs when, as I think Matt's explained and Ping's spoken about, when the reservoir is depleted and or the production of hydrocarbons from that reservoir is unprofitable. And at that point, generally speaking, a company will plug a well, but it may not abandon a well. And depending on what happens with the price of oil over the term of the planning for decommissioning, it may well be put back into production or not. And if it isn't, then of course we'll go into the full-scale decommissioning program. So on that basis, parts of the facilities are removed, such as gas degassing stations, dewatering stations, and things like that, which are associated with an oil or a gas field. And they can occur either at the wellhead or a cluster of wellheads or anywhere along a transmission line. And generally, they are treated to remove the hydrocarbons and other chemicals, and then the waste and contaminants are also removed and disposed of appropriately. Sometimes components such as flow lines and pipelines are left in place because if you look at a multivariate analysis, it will be determined that there's more risk associated with environmental disturbance, and therefore they may be left in place. But you would only make that decision after you've done an analysis of the various risks associated with it. So the wells are plugged and abandoned, and what that does is it prevents fluid migration within the wellbore up to the surface. The downhole equipment is removed, and the perforated parts of the wellbore, which is where the production zone is, are cleaned of scale, soil, and other debris. It's then plugged, and fluids with an appropriate density are placed between the plugs to maintain adequate pressure. And I would point out that generally speaking, that would be a US requirement. In most other Western jurisdictions, you're required to concrete from the bottom of the hole to the surface. And then finally, the casing is cut off below the surface. As Ping has mentioned, it's capped with a cement plug and then covered over. So let's start with onshore well plug and abandonment. And what we're going to do here is look at the steps in an onshore well plug and abandonment operation, and then an overview of the well plug and abandonment process. And these pictures or photographs here just depict that it isn't all in open space and easy to access. These are taken in the US, and as you can see here, there are wells adjacent to residential properties. So the purpose of plugging a well is, as I've mentioned before, to prevent the migration of fluid between the different zones or between the different porous zones in the subsurface. They also prevent the contamination of freshwater aquifers and surface soils and surface waters up through the well bore, and also to retain hydrocarbons either within the production interval or where there are porous intervals which have a potential for hydrocarbon flow. So generally speaking, contamination from an improperly plugged and abandoned well can occur in two ways. And you can see on those two photographs how leakage out of poorly abandoned or plugged wells can occur and cause contamination around the well area itself. So firstly, the abandoned well can act as a conduit for flow between the penetrated strata into underground sources of drinking water or to the surface. And those photographs there depict what happens when it comes to the surface. But just as importantly, underground drinking water may well be contaminated because fluids are coming up the well bore and can escape into that particular aquifer. And the second source of contamination from an improperly P&A'd well is through contaminated water coming down the well bore at the surface and migrating into underground sources of drinking water. And such contamination can be prevented through properly plugging and abandoning the well. But plugging and abandoning or plugging operations aren't the only way to prevent an abandoned well. It's also very important for proper well construction and completion methods to be used to contribute to prevent the contamination. And that's particularly relevant from the surface down to aquifers. And then the required outcomes of well abandonment are to achieve an aquifer zone and a production zone isolation that existed before you actually drilled the well. So here's a depiction of a pre-P&A well and a post-P&A well. And those brown lines across those drawings are the flow zones. The bottom one is the reservoir where the hydrocarbon comes from, but as you can see, there are other flow zones higher up in the strata. And so to plug the well, sections of the well bore are filled with concrete to isolate the flow of reservoir fluids from each other and to the surface. And the abandonment includes filling the entire well bore from bottom to surface in cement plugged stages, or in some countries with cement completely, with a suitably dense non-corrosive fluid between the plugs. All open hole plugs are left to set, and then they are tagged to confirm placement before the next one is pumped. So they want to make sure that these plugs are in place, set and solid before they start moving on to the next plug higher up in the strata. And once a cement plug top is inside the casing, it is left to set and it is tagged to confirm placement and pressure tested to confirm isolation. And then finally, and I think Ping spoke a little bit about this, the surface casing is cut off and a cap is welded in place. And this is usually a couple of meters or 2 meters below the ground, but it is as required by the various regulators in that jurisdiction. And there's a photograph of a capped and cut well, which has been fully plugged and abandoned, and that's within an excavation, which is going to be tagged so they understand exactly where it is if they need to come back, and then it's going to be backfilled. Now, associated with drilling of wells, you need these kind of pits, because when you get the cuttings from the drilling of the well coming back up the annulus with the drilling fluids and the reservoir fluids, you need to separate them out. And what happens is most of the equipment on that screen there will actually be shakers, etc., which will separate out the rocks from the mud, and the mud will be recycled and reused. and then the water and the fluids from downhole and the rocks will be put into these particular kind of pits. Now, these, generally speaking, and most regulations would require that these are plastic lined so that they are impermeable. So abandoning pits is an essential part of the decommissioning process of a well, and all pits and surface impoundments need to be closed and backfilled and then graded to conform to the surrounding terrain after they are dry and free of waste. So you don't just fill these in when they're full of water. You need to dry them out, ensure that they're hard and stable before you backfill them. These locations then should be documented, and the materials from the pits need to be reclaimed, recycled, or disposed of appropriately. And again, documentation should be kept for all of the disposed materials as a proper chain of custody. Once the pits have been closed and the wells have been cut and abandoned, you need to do land restoration. And so once you've finished all of those works, all of the disturbed areas, they need to be cleaned up and restored to conditions which are similar to the surrounding lands and or the landowner requirements or the requirements of the lease, which was used to extract the hydrocarbons. It should include stabilisation and revegetation with native plant species or approved seed mixes by the regulators. And then, of course, you need to contour the land to ensure that the natural drainage system is maintained in place and that you're not creating a depression where water might accumulate or flow in a different direction. So that was plug and abandonment, and now we'll move on to the decommissioning of onshore facilities. And what we're going to look at here in terms of objectives are the steps in an onshore decommissioning project, and we'll look at the critical steps in that. We will provide an overview of decommissioning project process, and then we'll review the pointers for decommissioning projects. So here in the diagram is a simple layout of the typical steps in an onshore decommissioning facilities process. And I'm going to talk about each one of these issues throughout the remainder of this presentation. But essentially, we have a pre-decommissioning assessment. And as I mentioned earlier before the start of this presentation, this is very important to understand what you have and what you're dealing with and what you're going to do with it. You then need to go into project planning. And again, you can't underestimate the importance of this. Getting this right at the front will make things go much, much easier in terms of the process, safety, and environmental outcomes. We then have a process called DD&I, which is de-oiling, de-energizing, and isolation. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But there are two stages of this. The first one is called operations DD&I or primary DD&I. And this occurs when the facility is shutting down, and it's generally done by the operations personnel. Now, that doesn't completely clean the facility of all the hydrocarbons and all the energy sources. So once all the operations personnel have left and you have a dead facility, you'll then have demolition crews or dismantling crews come in. Now, they will do what's called secondary DD&I to make sure that it's safe and that there can be no environmental mishaps that occur. The next stage is hazardous material abatement, and I'll talk about that later. You then get into dismantlement, which is removing equipment which has some value and some intrinsic value, not small value. You then move on to the demolition phase and the restoration of the site, and underneath the demolition phase, you get into the scrap and waste management. So let's look at a pre-decommissioning assessment. So this needs to be done thoroughly as early as possible in the project. And, they should be doing it with at least a site visit, not just looking at plans and inventories. They need to have a building inventory for the construction materials. So steel, concrete, what else is in there, what kind of plastics, plaster, board, all sorts of things. The potential hazardous and impacted building materials, so asbestos contaminated materials, polychlorinated biphenyls, and lead-based paint. There needs to be an inventory of all the pits, sumps, support and ancillary equipment, tanks, vessels, piping, process equipment, and any other residual equipment that's there. There needs to be a survey for asbestos, for radioactive materials, for lead-based paint, for mercury and PCBs. And there also needs to be identification of other regulated materials and universal wastes, such as chlorofluorocarbons, mercury switches, and exit signs, which contain minor amounts of radioactive materials. Plus, there may be batteries and other things like that on site. And of course, you need to check that the building contamination does not exist from a former use. So was there an oil spill? Was there dust from a heavy metal processing facility? Is there naturally occurring radioactive materials there on site from the processing? And then finally, the building material and residual material sampling to determine the presence or confirm the absence. And the second part there, confirming the absence, is just as important as determining the presence. So I'll just skip through this. I've just mentioned most of these, but these are the kinds of things that you're looking out for in a pre-decommissioning survey. And I've mentioned most of those. And so we'll look at the benefits of it. So we get to select the best decommissioning or demolition method. So we understand the process that we're going to use. This will give us a more realistic schedule and a cost estimate of demolition. If you don't understand the materials that you're going to deal with, you can get projects held up for months while you try and sort out what you're going to do with something that you found because you didn't know it was there. It minimizes future liabilities. If you know what's there, you will know how to deal with it. It's absolutely critical for safety on site. It can reduce the cost of demolition debris disposal. So this is all about separating out concrete. Is the concrete contaminated, whereby it needs to go to a specific type of landfill, or is it clean concrete, which may have a reuse as road base or some other type of other use? And of course, it can maximize the scrap recovery value. As I think Matt said, steel is it's a commodity, and there is a lot of steel in a lot of these old oil and gas facilities, which has a lot of value. And then finally, it minimizes surprises. You can't particularly see it well in this photograph, but there are beads of mercury found when they started demolishing these old pit sewers. So project planning. So the importance of front-end loading is essential, and it's critical to make sure that the project is mapped out in terms of time and cost, and that you are able to deliver it according to those times and costs. And decommissioning projects are very different from construction projects, and they are not construction in reverse. A lot of people seem to think that construction engineers, demolition is easy. It is a completely separate discipline, and it requires a focused set of personnel who understand what they're doing. And for decommissioning projects, a review of lessons learned, post-project appraisals, and other lessons captured should be conducted during the project setup. And so this is so that you don't have to rediscover things which have already been done, and so you can avoid the pitfalls of those. And then data gathering. What do you need to track this project for continuous improvement? So if you're going to move on to another project, what can you take away from this one that you can apply to the next one in order to do it better? So I mentioned earlier, de-oiling, de-energizing, and isolation. This is probably the most critical part. And so de-oiling or de-inventorying is removing all of the stock products, which can be liquids, gases, sludge, from tanks and vessels, interceptors and drains, inspection and gas testing of atmosphere inside pipes, tanks and vessels to ensure that there's no explosive atmosphere there. And it's always best to leave those pipes and vessels open to atmosphere. So on that diagram, you can see that vessel is open on the near end, and you can see on the side that the other opening has also been left open. And so with pipelines also, air gapping is recommended. So once you've cleaned it and tested it, then you should cut it to ensure that it's air gapped. And that's just to make sure that when the secondary DD&I crew come along, they don't have to go and redo the whole process because they're unsure of what's already been done. De-energizing is removing all the sources of stored energy on site. And these can be defined as any chemical, electrical, gravity, hydraulic, mechanical, pneumatic, radiation, thermal, or other source of energy that can cause harm to people or the environment. This is the one that causes injury and death. And it's very, very important that this is done properly. And then finally, isolate. All utilities and supply lines onto and off the site should be cut. And that if you need power or water or anything else for decommissioning activities after that, you should bring them in separately so you know exactly where they are. As I mentioned before, DD&I is carried out during the shutdown of site operations, and that's the primary DD&I, but it is more exacting when it's preparing to decommission the facility. So this is done by the demolition contractors. And a well-executed DD&I plan can help reduce safety risks, environmental risks, scope creep, and cost increases. And the coordination between the operations personnel who are doing primary DD&I with the personnel doing the secondary DD&I is exceptionally important. So secondary DD&I is carried out once the demolition crew moves onto site to start to prepare to cut the facility apart. And there may be residuals of gas and liquids within the pipelines in low points on the pipelines. Tank bottom sludges or fluids may still be present or may have formed out of by coming down the walls, etc. After primary DD&I. Some of the vessels may still have flammable vapors. Underground storage tanks may not have been identified or thoroughly cleaned. It's very, very common for an underground storage tank to have up to 100, 150 litres of product left in after it's been pumped out. And closed loops or isolated pressure in piping or vessels may still be present, and that presents a safety risk. And then finally, residual waste materials from the primary DD&I may still be on site. So energy sources, I think I've just mentioned them all in the previous slide, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but it isn't just electrical and hydraulic. It can be mechanical, it can be pneumatic, it can be radiological. Hazardous materials abatement, again, very important to do an assessment up front and then to work out how I'm going to abate this material. So environmental abatement of asbestos, polychlorinated biphenyls, naturally occurring radioactive materials and lead paint, etc., is the aim of this. And it should be completed prior to demolition. So the first thing you do once you've completed secondary DD&I is to start doing the hazardous materials abatement before you start to demolish the facility. And that enables you to segregate out the hazardous materials from what might well be clean and reusable or recyclable materials after. And obviously hazardous materials often have much more stringent regulatory requirements than other types of materials, and in most cases you will probably require some permit to actually undertake the work and to then dispose of those materials. So we'll move on to spill prevention plans. Again, very important for environmental protection. And most facilities will already have a spill prevention plan in place, and most facilities should have a spill prevention plan in place to ensure that during normal operations they have the ability to respond to any spill that might occur. So you would normally take that plan and then you would amend it for what your proposed decommissioning process is going to do. And what you must do when you amend that plan is look out for sensitive areas, account for changes to the site during the work. So you may have a hard stand for vehicle parking, which has now been ripped up. So all of a sudden you now have a conduit for spills to get into the ground and the groundwater. Refueling locations for decommissioning equipment. So in most cases, there will be up to 4 or 5 pieces of heavy kit which require refueling. And generally speaking, there would be a temporary refueling tank on site, and so that needs to be managed in an appropriate way. Spill kits need to be located where potential spills can occur. Emergency response procedures need to be well documented and drilled into all of the people working on the site. And the appropriate training needs to be given to those emergency response personnel. We now move on to stormwater and erosion control. So what is going to happen when it rains during the decommissioning process? Where is that water going to go? Can it become contaminated? How are you going to control the flow of surface water off-site in order to limit the transport of contaminants or sediment into public sewers or lakes or water bodies which might be adjacent to the site? And erosion management should be put in place around exposed soil and stockpiles when it rains to ensure that this sediment and soil isn't running off-site. So what are the issues? Well, it's the standard contaminated sites process of source pathway receptor. So what are the sources? There can be rainwater, there can be stored water, there can be contaminated liquids, there can be sediment picked up by those moving liquids. The pathways might be overland flow, so they might be flowing down a hard stand. They could be going through on-site drainage ditches or storm drains and actually going off-site through that process into the sewers. And those receptors could be the sewer systems, which are generally tolerant only to certain amounts of sediment and nutrients, but also to the environmental systems such as creeks and rivers. So they all need to be protected. And here are some of the kinds of way that you might want to do that on a decommissioning site. So you can see a drop inlet barrier. So what this does is it's a porous material which goes into underneath the drain. So when sediment flows in there, the water will pass through, but it will capture the sediment. And then on the right, you have a rock ditch. So that breaks the flow of the water to prevent the sediment picking up momentum and flowing down that particular slope. Moving on to dismantling. So when you dismantle, you need more people and it takes more time. And so therefore, it is a much greater safety risk. You want less people on site and you want to be there for as short as time as possible. The value realized by redeploying or reusing assets and equipment on site, which requires dismantling, should be weighed up against the safety aspects of conducting the dismantling. So again, a proper risk analysis needs to be done before you approach how you're going to remove each piece of kit from the site. Is it best for me to use a machine with extended reach, which means I don't have a worker at the cutting face or in the line of fire? Or do I get better value by dismantling this piece of equipment and removing it from site and reselling it or reusing it? And in some cases, dismantling may be necessary simply because your site won't be big enough. Because when you start to demolish things, you start to run out of space quickly because you'll need to start segregating materials into different stockpiles in different locations, and that takes up space very quickly. So overall, demolition is safer and is less expensive than dismantling. And it typically puts fewer workers at risk and emphasizes the use of shearing and other demolition-specific equipment with long reach, as you can see in that particular picture there. And the final scope of work should include an evaluation of the trade-offs, which I've just talked about, is the cost, schedule, and safety between the value of recovered and reused material. Scrap and waste management. So we need to separate out the recyclable materials, which will be steel and other metals such as aluminium during the demolition process. And demolition companies are very good at doing this while they actually go about their work. You should seek to reuse options for other demolition debris, such as clean concrete and brick rubble for road base or other aggregate, such as in cement manufacturing and kilns. And waste generated from decommissioning project that does not have a value for reuse or salvage must be disposed of at an approved facility in accordance with the local regulations. I was talking just earlier about how quickly you can lose space on a particular site, and you can see in that particular photograph there's not a lot of space to move and work on that site because they have stored up and stockpiled a lot of materials there. So you can expect unique and unusual waste from hydrocarbon sites, particularly some of the process waste and the naturally occurring radioactive materials in some locations, along with various chemicals. You need to do a thorough waste characterization program before you start, not after you've done the demolition and you have big piles of rubble on site. You need to select an approved waste transportation and disposal contractor, knowing the types and quantities of waste from your waste characterization program. This gives you two benefits. One is that you won't get expensive surprises, but secondly, you'll know that you won't you have a much better chance of avoiding long-term liability for waste disposal if you have an approved waste transportation and disposal contractor. You should program in effective segregation of hazardous and non-hazardous demolition debris, the beneficial reuse of demolition debris, and maximize scrap recovery. As I mentioned before, the value of scrap steel is very high at the moment, and they should be trying to recover as much of that as possible, and it should never be sent to landfill. And then finally, spend time planning and scheduling of transport and disposal of demolition debris. So once everything has been leveled, you need to get into the restoration stage. And once again, in the planning stage up front, you should determine the regulatory site closure requirements and check the existing lease and the current property owner for the final site condition requirements. In a lot of cases, that will outline exactly how you need to return the land once you've removed your facility from there. You can start habitat restoration before decommissioning activities with pre-assessment surveys to determine the pre-existing conditions. So what type of flora and fauna species existed before this facility was constructed, or what is existing around the facility just before you go into the decommissioning stage. Recontouring, revegetation and restoration of the site then needs to follow, and disturbed areas might need open space and habitat management plans. So some of these areas may last a lot longer than this program, than the decommissioning project itself, and therefore you'll need to put in place a program of managing those into the future. And then finally, the site conditions should be consistent with the intended future use. So there may be restrictions or limitations on the future use. It might be agricultural use. It could be native habitat restoration. It may go into redevelopment for residential use, or it could be industrial use. And you need to tailor your plan to suit what it is that the site is going to become after you're finished. So the site suitability is critical. You can't force Mother Nature to fit your site. So you need to understand what it is that is going to be left after this, and what it is that is going to be able to be regrown or revegetated on this particular site. It is a long-term process. It can take 3 to 5 years. It can take longer than that. And environmental remediation, I heard at the start that there's people on here with contaminated sites experience. This is another very important part, and it's often associated with decommissioning, and it will always take longer than restoration in most cases where you have a significant issue with hydrocarbons in the subsurface. So you're going to need to set out a plan to do annual monitoring, reporting, and regular inspections to make sure that the restoration is proceeding and or the remediation is progressing well. Maintenance may be required during the vegetation establishment, It's obviously a lot more critical at the early stage to make sure that the seedlings and the plants take and they don't die out. There are controllable risks. So, for example, you can ensure you have sufficient water, that these plants and revegetation are able to survive, and you can also manage weed invasion. But there's also uncontrollable risks, and that comes in the form of extreme weather. It can come from pests, or it can come from people who are trespassing on the site and may inflict damage. And then the completion is dictated by the attainment of the revegetation goals, not by time. So what that means is you can't say that I will do this for 3 years and then I'm finished. What it means is you will be finished when the revegetation goal has been achieved. If that's 10 years, then that's how long it's going to take. And then, of course, you would need to maintain or renew access agreements with the site owners to ensure that you have access to do all of these things. So, in summary, the phases of a decommissioning project are as follows. You have the pre-decommissioning assessment, you have project planning, you have 2 stages of DD&I. You have primary, which is done by the operations people, and secondary, which is done by the demolition or decommissioning people. You have hazardous material abatement, which is all about managing the asbestos, the PCBs, the norm, and any other type of hazardous material on site. You then have the dismantlement and equipment removal, which is about recovering those things of high value. And then you have demolition, which is scrapping the rest of the material by using heavy equipment to cut the material down. And then finally, you have the waste and scrap management. And this is, again, all about ensuring that there is no legacy from this site, the waste is appropriately managed, and that you've achieved the value for the scrap that you want. And so the main message is proper front-end loading is essential for successful planning and execution of a decommissioning project. And that is no different to any other project which should be undertaken in a proper manner. That's it.
Round of applause for Harvey. Thank you very much, Harvey, for this wonderful presentation. We have questions already in the chat box for you. So one of the first question we see here is from Mr. Walid. He asks, what are PCB's resources in the oil activities?
So polychlorinated biphenyls generally don't come out of the oil. They actually come out of electric transformers and things like that. So they actually come from the equipment that's used on the site. They don't come from the oil themselves.
Because here, Annegret actually tried to answer. She also said the same thing that you said.
Yep.
Saying there are isolation oils in electric equipment which were used before the 80s, as an example. So another question from Mr. Hussam, he says, if the well is exhausted and not profitable anymore, what are the hazards of leaving it without decommissioning?
So,
sorry, it's a 2-part question.
Okay.
And what is the kind of interzonal flows that can occur?
So what happens generally when a well is plugged? So when a well comes out of production, it is generally plugged but not abandoned. And essentially that is basically just putting a cap near the surface to prevent the well flow. So it's basically shutting the fluids in the well without isolating the reservoir itself, which is the proper abandonment process. And so the hazards of leaving it without decommissioning are that over time, that plug may get some erosion, it may come loose, it may get eroded, there may be a pressure buildup in the well, which is going to dislodge the plug. And if that happens, then of course you will get fluid flow to either the surface or to other zones within the subsurface. And the kinds of interzonal flows that can occur, well, again, what you need is, so when you drill a well, there's generally many different porous zones in the subsurface. And the hydrocarbon-bearing reservoir, the one that you're targeting to produce the oil, isn't the only one that's there. And so there may be other ones. You may drill through a freshwater aquifer. which is for drinking water or for stock water or for irrigation or some other purpose. And if you don't properly plug that well, you may actually get some seepage into those particular porous zones above the hydrocarbon flow zone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Javi. Just to add to that question, there's the past week there had been like a oil spill in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta zone. So it was from a plugged well. So
yeah.
It had been there, and it wasn't. I don't know if the plug got eroded or something, but it kept spilling for like 2 weeks.
Right.
And it had like there was so much oil spill. So in this case, like for the regulators, like is there a form of like monitoring of this plugged wells?
Right. So that really depends on the regulatory setup. So if you plug a well but you don't abandon it properly, so generally speaking, the regulators will have a proper plug and abandonment requirement. And so you need to institute that requirement for the regulator to sign you off as having no liability. Well, not no liability, but you're okay to move away from this well now. If you just plug a well without abandoning it, you have full responsibility for that well in terms of monitoring the pressure, ensuring that the plug's in the right place. But, I think as Matt said, there are hundreds of thousands of wells in the US alone onshore. And many of those are just plugged without being plugged and abandoned. And so when you see news articles about wells flowing and things like that, it's because there are so many of these wells that it's a very small risk when you look at the total number versus the number that leak, but actually it's the ones that leak that cause all the problems.
So when you say you, like responsible, do you mean the operator or do you mean the regulator?
No, so until a well is fully plug and abandoned, the operator will be responsible for it. So generally speaking, you have to isolate the reservoir before a regulator will let you finish off.
So this is important, like what you had highlighted in that they should look out in the decommissioning plan. Like they have to have like emergency preparedness and response already highlighted, and they also have to have like spill prevention plans in case this kind of things happen. And Gret, do you want to add to this, or Matt, or Ping, anyone?
No, I think Javi covered it perfectly well.
Yeah.
The responsibility will always be with the owners until it's agreed with the regulator that the site is handed over. And, as regulator, you don't want the site handed over back to you before it's decommissioned properly.
Yeah. A regulator will never let you not have responsibility for a well that is only plugged. It needs to be properly plugged and abandoned before a regulator will allow you to finish.
And the problems mentioned by Matt is the orphaned wells. And I think we need to be careful not to confuse orphaned from abandoned. Abandoned is sometimes a word that we use for wells decommissioning. When a well has been properly plugged and abandoned, means that they are secured, in theory, in perpetuity. But orphaned is when no one owned the assets for various reasons. Perhaps it was sold to a company that eventually became bankrupt. That's often the case and something that we have seen in the industry. That's usually, what happened, I think, for many of the orphaned wells in the United States.
So this orphaned wells, like the regulators, does it fall back on the regulators in case like there's like a spillage or if the plugs go off?
So, for example, the US, it's a very interesting case because a lot of the wells in the US, which are orphan wells, were drilled 60 or 70 years ago. And they were abandoned and plugged by companies that no longer exist and to a standard which is different to the standard today. And so there is nobody left in the chain of custody who is able to say that was my well and that's my responsibility. And in that case, they become orphan wells and fall under the government process.
Okay. So I think maybe we'll discuss this more because of the cost implications, maybe when we have in the next module or when and we have like Norway giving like a presentation. Mr. Walid's hand has been up. Mr. Walid, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chi. About my question about the fluid waste pits. Most of them are landed, and what about the high density polyethylene lined? It's remove or leave it? This is my question. Thank you.
It's a great question, actually. And I think the answer to that is it depends upon what the contents of the pit are. So before you could bury the caked materials in the pit under, so generally speaking, what you would do is you would sample the materials and you would test that they were meeting all of the necessary legislative and regulatory criteria. And if it was benign and therefore didn't present a risk of harm to the environment, you would, generally speaking, fold over the plastics and then you would cover it. However, if the materials did contain substances which presented a risk of harm to the environment, you should remove it.
Yeah, I think this is related to the question from Mr. Ahmed. He asks, is the abandoned well equipment radiologically checked before using it? So, like, do they check if they're like norms in existing?
Yeah. So again, I think things like Christmas trees, they would be checked to make sure that they were radiologically inactive or benign before you would then either reuse it or sell it as scrap steel. Yes.
So I think we have one more question saying, what is air grabbing and
okay,
why leaving pipelines inside? And
yes, I think that was a translation problem from my Australian accent. It is air gapping. So it's an air gap. And what that basically means is you cut a pipeline straight down through the middle and then you just leave an air gap. And the value of that is to know that it's either been cleaned or that the atmosphere within the pipe is actually non-explosive and it's safe.
Right. Thank you very much. Anybody want to add anything? Matt, we've not heard anything from you. Do you have any extra things to add?
I'm listening and learning. No, that's great. I think we covered it. I just wanted to, well, maybe one item was about, when you talk about pits, it made me think about waste management sites. I remember in Tanzania, there was one project that I worked on where 3 large international companies got together and they financed the construction of a drilling waste management facility. Now, and I had to visit the site as part of an environmental audit. Now, what I don't know is what's happened. Those 3 companies have now left the country, and that site had some pretty contaminated sludge, oil sludge, and all sorts of waste products from the drilling. They were recycling a lot, but we mustn't forget that in some countries, the waste management facility is part of the infrastructure supporting the whole operation, and that mustn't be forgotten. It can be, behind the town, down in next to some municipal dump, and you forget about it. But it's a real hotspot for potential contamination of all the things that even a well, in the field, can also contaminate. So we mustn't forget the waste management facilities.
This is very important, especially for all the countries. Like, I think one time we visited the waste management facility in Mozambique, somewhere a few hours from Maputo, and it wasn't like properly done. So I'm imagining if they have to do like a decommissioning and they have to use maybe land filling or land burying, and I don't know how that will work for them. So I think this is something that the regulators should keep in mind when operators start to create the decommissioning plan. Ask them about the waste management, how they plan to deal with the waste, what the plans are. Like, if they don't have, if in country they don't have like facilities to deal with this waste, how do the operators plan to deal with it? So you avoid the issue of the company company going bankrupt or not existing anymore, and then it's left to the government to actually deal with this waste, and then there might be contaminations everywhere. So yes, any other questions regarding this? Okay, another round of okay, Mr. Walid, we see you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Chi. As you know, in Iraq, all the waste bits and fluid bits, we take analysis, samples and analysis, and we sure about its hazardous material. And if it is hazard, we treated these materials and then we decided to finish the job and recover the land. But my question was about the high density polyethylene, which is landed pit, because the remove of that line is additional cost for the company. I wonder if we remove it or we can leave it as it.
So
thank you.
Again, yeah, thank you for the question. Again, I think it really depends on your location and your regulator. And as I said, it is an additional cost. That's for certain. But what we're really interested in is firstly compliance. I know for a fact that none of our member companies are interested in being non-compliant anywhere, because it's no good for business. So they want to be compliant with the regulations. And secondly, they want to make sure that they're not leaving a legacy which can be attached to them in the future. So they will ensure that if they think there's a chance that the HDPE is contaminated or that something might change in the future, which means that they have to come back and do it again, I think they would take it out the first time. But again, as long as they can demonstrate that what is within or sitting on top of the HDPE, and that's everything. And I know you mentioned taking out the materials and treating them. But again, I think for the sake of their own risk management, if there was hazardous materials in there, a lot of companies would take out that HDPE as well.
Thank you very much, Harvey. I hope that answered your question, Mr. Walid. Also to point out, correct me if I'm wrong, Harvey or Ping or Matt, if where there's like a lacuna or like a gap in the legislation for this kind of thing, do the companies actually follow like best practices, or do they have obligations to follow like international laws or something like that?
So firstly, I think that depends on the funding arrangements, and I'm pretty sure Matt can talk more about that. But if the funding for projects are tied into things like the World Bank and requirements like that, then of course that will bind them through that particular process. And even if they're not getting the funding, even if their partner's getting the funding, that will still bind them to those particular requirements. But a responsible company would always look to institute best practice. And in fact, one of the reasons that IUGP exists is to exactly do that thing, which is to produce best practice guidance to our members and to industry. It's all open source. Anybody can access it. And we want the industry to be at the best standard in the process. That doesn't mean everybody will do that, though.
Thank you. Matt, do you want to Ping? You were going to weigh in. Did you have something to say? Oh, no. Okay.
I'll just say that, well, from my experience in Tanzania, dealing with various oil and gas companies, from serious international operators like Shell and Exxon and Statoil and British Gas, to real tiny ones who come and pay you with an envelope full of cash for a consultancy, for an EIA, you never know what you're going to get. And that, yeah, in the perfect world, everybody will follow best practice. But as Harvey says, some won't. because they haven't got the budget, they don't have they're looking for a quick buck, and they're not interested in seeing it through. They want to drill an asset and then sell it on quickly and move on. There are opportunistic companies out there. So it really is important for the regulators to keep an eye on all the operators that they're working with and try to themselves do their due diligence on the operators. And if they're worried, then they have to set some mechanisms in place to guarantee that things don't get out of hand. It happens also with oil spills. It's not only decommissioning.
Thank you very much, Harry and Matt, for this. Like Harry said, there are like resources on best practices, international guidelines for which you can always look up to see and to know and read, so that when you're looking at when you're reviewing like the commissioning plans or dealing with operators, you can know to what extent at least the barest minimum that they have to achieve while decommissioning. So if there are no further questions regarding this, I'd like to thank all the presenters today in the first half. We would take one last short tea break and then come back to the last presentation for today, where Ping would give her presentation in like maybe roughly 30 minutes. So the time is 4:30 right now, so we'll take like a 15 minutes break. And when we come back, we'll do a bit of energizer before Ping takes the presentation. So we should be back here at 4:45. So you can leave your computers on. You can go take a coffee, stretch your legs, use the loo, whatever you want to do. We'll be back at 4:45. Thank you. Yes, I think we should all be coming back because we have like less than 1 minute. Sorry, Pink, can I ask you to stop sharing your screen so we can, thank you. Dev, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So over to you. So we'll just do, welcome back everyone. In the beginning, we had asked you to take a baseline knowledge assessment. So we'll just ask a few questions to see if, since you've heard from the presentations, if you've changed your answers or if you've learned more from the presentations based on the questions. So Dev is going to put up the Kahoots. I know a couple of you have used it before, but over to you, Dev. Please explain.
Thank you, Chi. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. So on your screen, you can see a ping number. So similar to what Ping did earlier today, I will ask you to go to the website that you see here on your screen. And once you log in, you will be asked to enter this game pin. So once you enter that, you will be asked to enter your names. And when you do that, could you also include which country you're from so that we can keep track of which team is sort of winning each of the rounds, which we will have all 3 days. So I'll wait for a couple of minutes for all of you to join. If you have any questions to also ask in between.
And we have put the link as well in the chat, so you can just click on the link and then you will go to the web page. You can use your phone as well. And just to say, the winning team, we have a present for you, so I think you should be excited. We hope you participate.
So you can go to the website www.kahoot.it and enter this number. By my last count, we had about 17 or 18 participants. So we'll just wait for a few people to join so we can have a good number. I will wait for, say, another 30 seconds, and then I will start. So please join.
Just to say, you can use your phone, you can use your mobile phone to do this. You really don't have to use your laptop or anything.
I think that is all for now, but I hope more of you will. Oh, great. I hope more of you will join us tomorrow, though. Okay. You know what? I'll wait for 10 more seconds. I see Colombia. I see Iraq. I'm not sure if I see Ghana or Mozambique.
Mr. Nazario, Desio.
I think we will start now, G. So how this will work is that you will see the question on your screen. I will read them out slowly, and I'll also ask the interpreters to follow along if you can. So the first set of questions is true or false. The first question: consideration for decommissioning should happen after oil and gas assets are no longer needed. True or false? So the right answer is false. Let's go on to the next one. And then after every question, we can see who is acing this quiz today. So we have a number here. So that's not very helpful, but congratulations to you. Over to the next question. Which of the following impacts are not potentially associated with decommissioning oil and gas infrastructure? 1. Discharges, especially at sea. 2. Disruption to rivers and surface water flows. 3. Physical disturbances to seabed at sea. And 4. Odor, noise, and disturbance to local communities.
So which impacts are not associated with decommissioning oil and gas infrastructure?
And the correct answer is disruption to rivers and surface water flows. And everyone got that right. And Ernesto is coming up. The next question: the bulk of decommissioned material from offshore oil and gas infrastructure is made up of which type of product? Wood, metal, marine growth, hazardous waste.
I think Matt and Harvey covered this in their presentation, and someone also asked a question. So offshore, what kind of what material is used in the structure? What is the material made of?
Metal. Still Colombia for the win. On to the next question. What parts of the oil and gas value chain have infrastructure that will eventually need decommissioning? Exploration and production, storage and transport and distribution, refining and processing, or all of the above?
Quick expo from Matt's presentation when he was showing the value chain. He said he named the places that we need decommissioning. So good luck on this answer.
So we have 5 answers for the first time, so that's great. And the answer is all of the above. Looks like we have a clear winner today. Over to the next question. When should an asset owner take into consideration how to decommission an asset? The options: when designing the asset in the conceptual phase, as soon as the asset is bought, built, or installed, when it is first commissioned, or 5 years prior to execution.
So we see that, Dev, are you speaking? I don't hear you.
So yes, I think you lost my audio for a bit there. So we're on to our next question. Who typically pays for decommissioning of oil and gas assets?
So is it the oil and gas companies who are the asset owners, or the government, or partially the owners and partially the government, or by all the joint venture partners? I think this has more than one answer. So we see all the answers of who typically pays for the commissioning of oil and gas assets. Dev, I can't hear you actually. So Colombia for the win. Okay. Next question. Asbestos-containing materials, mercury and scrap steel can be found at an oil and gas decommissioning site. Is this answer true or false? Can you find scrap steel or mercury or asbestos-containing materials in a decommissioning site? True or false? And the correct answer is true. That is the sequence. Final question. The oil de-energize isolate that DDI is only undertaken once in a typical onshore decommissioning project. Is this true or false? Is this only undertaken once in a typical onshore decommissioning project? I think this was Harvey's presentation. And the correct answer is false. So I think Harvey had said you undertake DDI at different stages, or it's not just one time. So we have the winner. First place, Colombia, Ernesto. And in second place, we have Team Iraq. And in third place, we have Team Colombia as well. Congratulations, guys. We would keep. So, thank you to everyone who participated in this little exercise. And you would also see these questions tomorrow, and you also see it in the final knowledge assessments on the final day. So, just as Ping is putting up her presentation, she will be discussing the scope of work for offshore decommissioning. So she would discuss like the different types of offshore facilities and how they can be decommissioned. She'll also talk about the challenges and opportunities in offshore decommissioning. Over to you, Ping.
Thank you, Chi. Let me try this. Okay, the last module. Chi, you want to confirm that I have 45 minutes for this session?
You have 30 minutes, sorry.
Okay.
We have Q&A.
I'll do my best to finish on time.
No problem, thank you.
There is a lot to say about offshore decommissioning, but I think it has been discussed a little bit in the previous module, and we will continue to discuss this in subsequent module. So the last module, I want to build an appreciation of the challenges offshore. We will start by looking at the offshore structures that are typically used for oil and gas operations. And then I will attempt to cover 3 different case studies, but because of time, maybe we only have time for 2 case studies. And then from here, I just want to build a deeper understanding of the challenges and the opportunities. And then I'll summarize it all by giving you references to further websites or resources that you can look into if you're interested to understand further on the challenges and opportunities. And I think as regulators, it's very important to understand what these are, because when you review the proposal made by the owners, you have an understanding of the challenges that they have, and also you can help put in legislation that can help to maximize opportunities in reuse and other such opportunities. So if you've seen the webinars, many of the slides that I have here are used in the webinar as well, but here I want to go a bit deeper, as I said. As mentioned already by my fellow presenters, offshore decommissioning does have a different set of challenges. And I know in some of your countries, there are probably no offshore decommissioning, but I guess, it may happen in future. So I hope that this is also interesting for the rest of you who don't yet have offshore infrastructure for oil and gas. So there, in general, 3 different types of asset exist. You have the floating infrastructure, such as the picture you see here. This is what's commonly called a FPSO, floating production, storage, and offloading vessel. And then you have also subsea infrastructure, like what you see here again on this picture. It's a subsea equipment where you have wells and flow lines running along the seabed. Then you have what is often visible offshore. You have 2 types of infrastructure here offshore. You have these are structures that are installed into the ground, steel pile jacket, where they are similar like onshore. You have piling going into the seabed, and it's permanently there. And typically, this has a design life of 30 to 40, 50 years. And then you have concrete gravity structures. And I think I've shared in the previous presentation, as regulators, I think it's important for you to be familiar with the names and the terms used as well. So topsides and substructures. So again, offshore asset decommissioning is always logistically and technically more challenging than onshore. And I know you have seen this picture also in Matt's presentation, that some of these structures are taller than the Eiffel Tower or the Empire State Building. You can see the scale here. And imagine trying to cut the Eiffel Tower from the bottom. and have the Eiffel Tower submerged in deep water. And to add to that challenges, you have very harsh metocean condition, or you have to deal with the rough seas offshore. Trying to cut that and trying to remove that, it is a challenge. The thing to say is that often for some of these very old structures, or structures that were built in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 70s, there were often, unfortunately, there was sometimes little thoughts on how it would be removed. So the structures are often quite complex in design, but today, technology has advanced and our engineering capacity and understanding has also advanced. So you don't often see such complicated structures in structures that were designed in the later years. So again, it has been mentioned that once this structure are cut and lifted, it needs to be brought to a suitable onshore port for demolition. And for countries new to decommissioning, and again, I speak from my experience from Brunei, that often we need to build a new port and to develop a new demolition yard. And you need to make sure that the yard can accept the structures, that the port is deep enough for the for the barge to come in to bring these heavy structures that are on the barge. And I also want to stress that although there are other options, for example, that these structures could be reefed, in more than 90% of the case, these structures are removed to shore and are recycled if it's still or repurposed where possible. But most of the time, these structures are dismantled onshore. So I've mentioned that the importance of having this waste management infrastructure ready to be able to process the waste. And I want to recap again this picture I want to show, because in the subsequent part of this presentation, I want to go through a few case studies. But here again, I will show you, and I hope this works. Chi, tell me if it doesn't. I want to show you a video discussing the decommissioning option for Brent. It's only 2 minutes. So let's have a look at it.
My role is to make sure that the project is done safely, environmentally responsibly and efficiently. In the case of Brent, I think we initially thought we'd have a 25-year life. We are now coming up to almost 40 years. We've done all sorts of clever things with new technology and new techniques to really maximise the extraction of the oil and gas in the field. Decommissioning is a normal part of the oil and gas life cycle, where we need to remove the facilities and then either reuse them or recycle them in a responsible way. We've looked at reuse options. Could the field be used for carbon capture and storage? What works against us there is the field is so far away. It's 118 miles northeast of Shetland. We've looked at wind farms as well, and again it's the same sort of issue. You're an awful long way and you'd only get 1 or 2 turbines on the Brent structures. You wouldn't have one of these giant wind farms that have been built elsewhere. Usually these factors of where it is, a very harsh remote location, and the fact that the infrastructure is very old. So we really are faced with a decommissioning option. The stakeholder engagement and involvement that we've had has been terrific. We've got a lot of value out of that, a lot of help, some great ideas, but also understanding just different people's perspectives and the issues that concern them. And that's helped us to formulate our plans. I would encourage anyone who's out there to take your opportunity to raise concerns, issues, or even better, say that you're happy with the plans if you are. So that will make the plan stronger and better.
Okay, so that
decommissioning is.
So as Matt already mentioned, there are quite a lot of videos on YouTube about from Shell, from BP that can help build your understanding of the challenges and opportunities that there are. If I could quickly summarize what was said in the video, is that most owners will look at opportunities, but these opportunities are often very challenging to realize. And for example, for brands, they look at reusing it for wind, reusing it for carbon capture and storage, but you need to look at the timing and the location, and also the integrity of the remaining integrity of these oil and gas structures. Let's look now at a case study. I'm gonna cover, depending on the time, 2 or 3 case studies that I'm very familiar with, and these are projects that I was involved with during my time with Shell Brunei. So, although the country is not named here, it is actually Brunei. I'm not sure how familiar some of you are with Brunei, but it is a very small oil-rich country where more than 90% of the GDP is oil. So, in a country, a case study of in a country where there is limited landfill capacity and there are no engineered landfill or very limited landfills, there are no recycling capacity, as in there are no steel smelting plant to process the steel. And there are no purpose-built onshore decommissioning yard. But we are expecting to decommission 50 or more structures in the next 10 years. And now let's zoom into one specific shallow water field. There are 21 platforms, very small platforms in about 30 to 50 metric tons topsides and substructure. They're in between 10 to 20 meter water depth. The field has stopped producing for a number of years now, but the wells are still live but shut in. So the pipelines and topsides are shut in, but they still contain hydrocarbon and they're close to the shoreline. Chi, can I ask you to help me do a poll? So I hope this works. To do a poll on Zoom.
Yep. So I'm launching the poll.
So there's a poll question. Sorry, not this one, the next one. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so number 2. What stage is the field currently in? So is the field fully live, in warm suspension mode, or in cold suspension mode? So you can answer the first question as well. What is the status? So this is from the previous module. What is the status of national regulation in your country? Chi, can you see the results? I cannot see the results.
Yes, I see the results. They're still taking the poll. Some people are still taking the poll.
Okay, so the poll should have popped up on your screen, and you can answer the question. What state is the field currently in? Is it, so you can refer to the diagram here, is it in warm suspension mode or is it in cold suspension mode? Or is it fully live, this particular field?
So currently we have just 5 people who have taken the poll.
Okay, and can you tell me what it's saying?
So we have 4 out of 5 choose warm. Okay, 6 people now. 4 out of 7 people choose warm suspension. 3 out of 7. Okay, 8 people now. Maybe we should wait.
Okay, let's wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so while the poll is ongoing, let me discuss this a little bit more.
Yeah.
Again, to stress that the field has stopped producing, but the wells is still live. It has not been plugged. It's just been shut in. So the tap has been closed, but the well is still live. Is it warm suspension? Is it cold suspension? Pretty straightforward. But as you do the poll, and later I will ask Chi what is the result of the poll, let's discuss a little bit on, so the wells are still live. What are the risks to the people and the environment? So obviously, and I hope the answer is obvious to you, is that the pipelines still contain hydrocarbon. The wells are still pressured and has not been plugged. So there is always a risk of loss of containment. And I know we've discussed it, in the previous module and in our Q&A, but it's something that as regulators and as responsible asset owner need to be very much aware of. So it is extremely important that the wells are plugged as soon as possible and the pipeline is flushed, or as Harvey said, the term used is to de-oil, de-inventorize. Hydrocarbon should be removed from the facilities as early as possible because the facilities will continue to deteriorate. It could result in a loss of containment. So I can see the poll result here, and yeah, thank you, Chi. So the correct answer should be warm suspension. So the well is still live, but it is not yet, it is shut in, but it is in warm suspension. That's the term that's often used in our industry. Okay, so that's the risk, and also the fact that the wells are still live. Usually, responsible operators would need to go there at a frequency, say every 6 months, every 4 months, every year, depending again on the risk. But typically, I would say, from my knowledge and my experience in Brunei Shell, is typically say every 6 months. But it could be more frequent or less frequent depending on the risk. It needs to be, so operators would go to the platform, they still need to look at whether the pressure has built up in the well analysis, and if it's built up, they need to be bleeded off, or there need to be some sort of intervention. And because people are still visiting the platform, it is really important that the boat landing and the helideck, for example, perhaps are maintained and they are safe for people access. And because people are accessing the platform, you need to make sure that there are no risk of fallen objects and so on. So what needs to be maintained and inspected? I think I've answered that. The wells, the access, so like the boat landing, pad eyes, swing ropes, helideck, safety system, and so on. But also the substructures, the substructure of the platform. So actually, I'll show you the next slide, which has the picture of the field. So the substructure of the platform underwater, they also need to be maintained. Typically, right, it could be between 5 to 10 years. There should be some form of underwater inspection so that you understand what are the corrosion rate that the structure under water is still in good integrity, so that if there is a big storm that comes to the location, the structure will not fall over, or there would not be some serious damage to the structure and to the live well conductors as well. Okay, and yeah, so what are the opportunities? I'll skip this question, but what are the opportunities for the country? So if you think about this country, right, there are currently no infrastructure to maintain, to process the waste. So, but decommissioning could be a new industry that the country could maximize opportunity on, to perhaps create jobs, to build new, if there is a business case of the sufficient volume of structure, they would need to build a new decommissioning yard. So there could be some incentive for local business development. But the challenges also need to be understood. So as mentioned, there need to be, availability of waste management processing system in the country. The supply chains needs to be ready, and there need to be skills and resources that can cope with decommissioning. But also the impact of decommissioning activities need to be carefully understood. As you can see here, and this actual field is very close to shore. And this field is actually close to prawn spawning area or near shore fishing areas. So imagine, you are suddenly bringing in a lot of, you're decommissioning the field, you're removing this field, 20 structures being removed. So there's bound to be some sort of disturbance to the marine environment near shore. So again, I think as been mentioned, there need to be a proper environmental impact assessment of the decommissioning activities. How does that impact? And once you have done the environmental impact assessment, you would need to also understand what are the measures and needs to be put in place to manage the environmental risk. Okay, and I won't read this slide, but these are some of the possible answers to the questions that was discussed earlier. Okay, looking at my time, I think can go into the second case study. Now, the second case study is very, very different. Okay, this is a field that is very remote, and actually, I can share again that this is actually in New Zealand, where I used to spend a few years there with a decommissioning project. It's very remote. It has very harsh metocean condition. And there are also at the time, no local dismantling yard yet in the country. And it is one of very few offshore fields in the country. And I don't know, it might be the same case for your country. So again, let me share a few pictures here. This is a much, much bigger structure than the one that you saw earlier. And if you look at the substructure here, you will see there is a man standing here, and that there's two men standing here actually. It just shows you the sheer scale of the structure and the complex configuration of the substructure. And logistically, if you can see, New Zealand is actually here, and it's really far away from other oil and gas producing basin. Even from Southeast Asia, where there are oil and gas fields, it's almost 10,000 kilometers away. And from Australia, about, it's closer to Australia. But the remoteness of New Zealand offshore means that any vessel that you bring to the country will incur a huge mobilization and demobilization cost. So coming back to the question, right? What are the challenges that need to be considered in this case study? And here is where I wish I'm in the same room with you and having a live discussion with you. But I hope you think about it a little bit as I now tell you what are the challenges to consider. Well, I already mentioned, there's logistical challenges, there's huge costs associated with mobilization and demobilization. There is a need to understand where to dismantle this huge structure. And not all the port need to be ready to receive this. It needs to be deep enough to be able to receive the structure. You need to be able to have the space to dismantle the structure. I think Harvey covered it in his presentation that an onshore demolition yard actually need quite a lot of space. So the other thing to mention about this large structure is that you need to understand what are the crane barge or what are the offshore tools that can be used to remove it. Again, as I mentioned in the first module, ideally you remove this in one go, but can you remove it in one go? That needs to be understood and analyzed. Because often in this particular platform, for example, is actually built like a Lego. It's built in modules. Now, if you're trying to remove it all in one lift, can you actually do it? Or do you need to actually build something in order to lift it in one go? And if it cannot be removed in one go, you will need to remove it in piece medium, remove it in like smaller blocks, and then that would translate to more offshore time and would translate to more exposure to the people who are working offshore. So all these are decisions and options that the decommissioning project need to consider when they looked into this project. Who needs to be engaged? Well, there are many stakeholders involved in this. So not least of all the regulators, but there are also offshore fishermen, other nearby oil and gas operators, the public, even NGOs. So as you can see in Shell's video, they're very open, and they put a lot of information on the public domain, and that's intentional, and they allow time for the public to give their opinion. So again, depending on different countries, some countries allow for what they call a public consultation process, but some countries, the consultation is only between the regulators and the operator. So, there are pros and cons with each of this process. But in the UK, in New Zealand, and in many other countries, there is a public consultation process. Now, when should decommissioning planning start? As I said, and I think has been stressed by many other presenters, is that it needs to start as early as possible. But in the case of very complex structure, you really need at least a minimum of 5 years before where you would form a project team, or even more actually, if it's really complex, because all the data gathering, all the studies, it needs time. You need time to inspect. Sometimes also the other thing is why you need time is that these structures are built in the 60s, and often, there are cases where it's very hard to find what is actually the as-built, what is the current status of the structures, or how has this, what is the actual configuration that is underwater. So until you understand that, there are always, you want to understand that so you minimize your risk during execution. So two very different case study, one, flash it again, one very simple structure and another a lot more complex structure. Yeah, and I think, am I running out of time?
Maybe like 5 minutes to round up.
Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah, so I'll summarize by saying that, fortunately, where am I? Yeah, so I forgot to mention that fortunately, in a way, that most of the infrastructure globally are actually, smaller, especially in Southeast Asia, are smaller steel pile jacket. But in the North Sea, you get the bigger structures. Okay, and the most complex to decommission are probably the concrete gravity-based structure, and there are about 42 that exist globally. I'll skip very quickly to the final 2 slides, and I won't go into this, but I hope that you will be able to have time to look into the some of the website of these organizations, including IOGP. I really like the reports that are issued by the Dutch body called Next Step that report on actual projects that has done they successfully reused infrastructure. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ping. Sorry, we had to rush you there in this, but just for the participants to know, we had earlier shared the presentation, and then you can also go through it. If you have any questions, please feel free to like ask the questions tomorrow. We also have a Google Doc where you can also post your questions. So we'll also put this link. So round of applause to Ping. Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any questions regarding this? And I hope we all have been paying attention, because we would need some of this in the team reflections, as well as the group work exercise and the action plan on Thursday. Any questions? I don't see any questions in the chat. Please feel free to raise your hands if you have a question. No, I think people are tired.
Yeah, or I was really clear, maybe.
Oh, you're very clear. Oh, I think
I'm
you're very
joking.
clear. No. I think that's why. Either you're very clear or you're tired. Yes.
So again, the slides are shared with you. There are plenty of resources that I think it's impossible to cover everything in even a few days.
Mm-hmm.
Chi, I'm happy if everyone has even question after the modules that we can help to answer.
Yes.
Can be via email.
Yes. So please, just I'm guessing, especially for Iraq, is late in the day for you, and we really appreciate that you stayed on till I think it's like past 7 right now in Iraq. So if we don't have any questions, we'll just wrap up for today. So the last bit for today is the team reflections. So if we have been listening to the presentations and everything that Ping has said, we have a Google Doc that we have actually shared, that we will share in the chat. My colleague Kariman will put the link in the chat. So it's divided in the Google Doc. You look for your country, so it's divided into different country teams. So we want you to highlight 3 key takeaway messages, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, like that you've learned from today, something that you have actually like said, oh, I can't forget this is very important. We want you to highlight it. So in the Google Doc, you see a table divided into 3 columns. One has the key takeaway messages, so you can, each team member from the country, say Colombia, you can put in the key messages. And we also want you to identify like the key challenges related to decommissioning that have been highlighted today. For example, like Pink has said, like logistics is a challenge for some people, then the structure as well, and as well as ways to dismantle the structure. So these are some of the key challenges that you might encounter in your country. So the final one we want you to identify is the challenges, is the current efforts that you think might be used to address these challenges. So I'm sure we have shared the link to this, so you can put this information in either today or beginning tomorrow before we start the training for tomorrow. And then we'll also share the link. We have a link that has in a Google Doc with questions that you can actually post. So if you feel like, oh, I forgot to ask this question during the training, like, so this is the question I want to ask, you can always like post the questions there, and our experts will be happy to answer the questions. So tomorrow we'll be starting the same time tomorrow, and we would start with a recap, and we'll probably do a raffle draw to see which country team will start first. So with this, yes, so I see the link in the chat, so you can use the link in the chat. So with this, I want to give another round of applause to the presenters today. Thank you so much. It was very interesting, very engaging. Participants, I'm sure, must have had a good time, and they've asked questions and received answers to this. So Hopefully tomorrow we'll come back again same time. The same link, you should also get the link as well to join. So we'll be looking at environmental considerations tomorrow. And also we have shared the group work exercise. So tomorrow we'll explain more about the group work exercise. So, but we've shared the document and we will reshare this document via email, just in case you were not able to download it from the chat. So you would have the chance to review this before we start tomorrow. So with this, I want to say thank you to the presenters, thank you to all the team and the participants for joining, as well as the technical team and the interpreters. So with this, I think it's okay to call it a day, and we'll be joining tomorrow, same time, same place. So thank you. Have a good evening and good afternoon. Bye.
Good day to everybody. Good day. Bye-bye.
You guys, everyone. Thank you, Chief, most of all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Ciao.
Thank you, Chidima. Good job.
Yeah, well done, Chi.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Ben.
See you. Anything to discuss? No, I think we're good.
I'll send a chat.
Okay, great. Bye.
Bye.